we saw that amount, we queried it actually, and the clarification we got from them is that this is like a committed cost that they need to pay, because most of these products that you see or items that you find in the budget are dollar-based, while our budget is in naira. And that's why you see the prices of things or even the budget escalating, because the rate of the exchange rate has gone up from the estimated 750, now it's about 800. So you can see the difference. I mean, 435, well, the budget was predicated on 435 or thereabout. But now it's about 800 and something, even at the bank rate. So when we asked those questions, the Navy provided explanation, especially clarifying that this is not a new item, so to say, because I know that the president, by his nature, is not a luxurious person, so I don't think he will go for that. But anyway, we felt that at this time, that 5 billion going for that is inadequate. And in the House of Rep, they felt this, different, and they felt that that should completely be removed and added to the 5 billion that is provided for 5.6, I think, for the student loan, which is one of the critical things in the supplementary budget. And as you rightly said, we are harmonizing on that. And the Navy also believes that that is not their area of priority. But the thing is, because you have a committed cost and it has foreign exchange implication, and they felt that the commitment has to be met, especially when I understand that the presidential yacht has already been delivered.
Oh, okay. So for purpose of clarity, it's already signed, sealed, and delivered. It's just to pay the money. So the outcry is not even necessary.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So the deal has been signed, but signed and delivered, but not paid. So, and that's why that's what brought the inclusion of that amount in the supplementary budget.
Okay. Senator Ndume, good to see you again and welcome here. I'd like to kindly talk to you about...
Is that Rufai?
My dear Senator, good to see you.
Rufai, now you?
Good to see you, Senator. Senator, I would like to talk to you about...
I have two intimidating people there, you and Ruben.
No, Senator, don't go there. Don't go there. We are not intimidating you. You know, we welcome everybody, Senator. Senator, let's talk about this 160 million for SUV. I saw an interview where you tried to justify it, and you said the reason why you are getting Land Cruisers this time was the fact that at some point they requested for Prados, but you were talking about stability issues and all of that. But a lot of Nigerians are saying this is insensitive. Senator, there's an automaker in Nigeria called Innoson and Nord and the likes, and these guys make also very good cars that can support the automotive sector in Nigeria. So why can't we patronize them? Why must it be taking all this hard-earned forex to Japan? And you senators are trying to justify it at a time like this.
Well, let me say clearly that I am not very much concerned about the type of vehicle, but it is not a new thing to be buying vehicles for official use. This, even when I was a child, I know that government workers do have official vehicle besides their own personal vehicle, because they use it for official duty. I gave you a rundown of what happened, because I've been in the National Assembly since 2003. When we came in, we were given cars. I think that time was 406, and then the senators were given Camry, and the price differential was not much. But as you know, in summary, the price of vehicles continue to go up. I'm hearing that the cost of each one is 160 million. I don't know about that because I'm not in the management. All I care about is if the vehicles are made available for us to use. That's it. But I agree that at this time, the cost of products, generally not only SUV vehicles, is way high. But the question is it proper to have a vehicle for each senator or a member of House of Rep to use? The answer, I believe, is yes. Now, the issue you raised, which is also important, is the issue of why don't you use the locally assembled vehicle? That is a point too, but I want to correct you and tell you that you know that they don't manufacture any vehicle in Nigeria. They do assemble. And the product Innocent
Innocent says otherwise. Innocent says otherwise. He says he manufactures.
No, they are assembling.
No, in fact, you see.
No. They are not
so some components in the car, and I'm sorry I have to do this, like a spokesperson or some components in the car, the plastics, for instance, are produced locally.
Yeah.
We've had a chance to interview him many times. He says he's manufacturing. That's what he says. I don't know a lot about it.
No, he's not.
That's what
he's
Innocent says. Okay, but that's what Innocent says.
Well, let me say, Rufai, I don't want us to argue on that because I'm not either a demarketer of Innocent products and you are a marketer of it. But Nigeria is Nigeria that that even if the plastic components of a vehicle does not constitute up to maybe 10% of it. So you can't say because you are assembling and then you produce like 10% or 5% of the total product, and you say you are manufacturing. No. When you say you are manufacturing, it means from everything to tires, battery, everything of that vehicle is either manufactured by your factory or manufactured in Nigeria for your factory. That's it. And it's not true. And as I said, I really don't want to argue on that. I prefer made in Nigerian goods. When we were in the House of Rep, we were to buy, the senators were to buy Camry, and the House of Rep was to buy their vehicle. When they chose another car, I argued that time that we must patronize either even Nigeria Assemble. That time, ASD was assembling Peugeot 406 in Kaduna, and that was why we went for it. So it's not like we are completely insensitive to
so why not patronize
of Nigeria.
So why not patronize Innocent now that they assembly, or Nord that they assembly now? Because if you said you patronize Peugeot 406 because it was assembled in Nigeria, then why not patronize them now? So why go for a high-end, luxurious Land Cruiser? And if you guys used 406 before or Camry before, why can't you use something in that range like a sedan now? Why? That's just all what Nigerians are asking.
Well, that's Rufai. I think that is better, answered by the management or this. But let me add again that in the situation we find ourselves, even you personally, you cannot travel on Nigerian roads now with small vehicles, and that is not high lifted, because most of our roads are bad. That is the truth of it. I have a friend that traveled to Kaduna recently, despite the work that is being done on Abuja-Kaduna highway. He told me that next time he is not going to use his Camry because he had problems in getting to Kaduna. Instead of getting there in 3 hours, it took him about 4 hours. So these are the challenges that we have. And I want to tell you that most of us are not really worried about the issue of what type of vehicle is the vehicle that will enable us to effectively carry our oversight responsibility, which is very important and constitutional. Senator. It's not that senators want luxurious cars to themselves. Yes, sir.
Well, Senator, you use the phrase, I'm not concerned that, Japanese vehicles will be brought into Nigeria. Many Nigerians will be worried about that, but that's not the question I want to ask you. The Senate recently had a retreat in Akwa Ibom. Now, these retreats, every 4 years, the Senate of the Federal Republic goes somewhere to have a retreat. Of what value are these retreats? Is it that, when these retreats take place, it's just for senators to go and enjoy and have fun, in a choice part of Nigeria? Because we don't see the effect as the people in terms of the effort. And in terms of the effort, I draw your attention to the screening of persons. Nigerians have been complaining that there seems to be no rigor, that senators are not doing enough work to screen people. Take the example of Etekamba Umore, who is now a resident electoral commissioner, appointed one of the 10 appointed by President Tinubu. There were complaints. The PDP in Akwa Ibom is complaining that, look, Etekamba Umore is an APC activist, a former chief of staff to Godswill Akpabio, and who was actively involved in the campaigns for APC. How do you put a partisan, confirmed member of APC as a resident electoral commissioner, and you take him to the same Akwa Ibom state? And it's because of this that people are saying that this looks like a rubber stamp National Assembly. As Chief Whip, what is your reaction?
Well, okay, let me start with the one that you just ended now. Do I say now that coming to this interview this morning, would Reuben Abati, known PDP spokesman, and I am a known APC man, that you should not be the one to interview me or interrogate me on this program? No. Despite the fact that I would have said, why don't you get me APC friendly?
No, I'm sitting here as a journalist. I'm sitting here as a journalist, not as a politician.
No. Okay,
point of correction.
See,
and I'm proving to everybody that I have a second address. I moved on. I returned to my profession.
PDP.
No, I'm not doing PDP work here. I'm a journalist.
So you see, but the PDP blood is in you. You can't deny that. You have been a PDP defender for 8 years or more than that. So I would have said, and I said it at the beginning locally, I said, I hope you are not going to intimidate me on this interview. And that is because maybe it has some PDP sentiment or something like that. But
no,
that
there's no
not,
PDP sentiment.
A journalist that is... But you say it's the PDP that complained from Akwa Ibom.
No, other Nigerians have complained.
PDP on that side. No,
but please
other PDP has complained.
Please go ahead.
Okay, now coming back. So as I said, the problem is the way politics is being played, or participation in the politics. Clearly, the law, after I think some times back, said that every Nigerian has a right to actively participate in politics, including even civil servants who are then allowed to take sides or be apolitical, which is the beginning, all right? So it means that anybody sitting out there can be either PDP or anything or belong to a particular political party. So having somebody, I'm not denying maybe the fact that the person is PDP or APC. The important thing is when such person is appointed, when the line is drawn, and he is supposed to be a resident electoral commissioner, when an election is conducted, was it free and fair, or was this partisan by him as a person? That is the case that will now come up if he in the discharge of his duty or duties, he is biased. So I don't think that is the case. And then now the first question, I think, can you remind me a bit on the first question you wanted me to answer on? And that is, okay, the speed at which we pass, we clear nominees, and also the way we even, and now we worked on the supplementary budget. You see, this screening is done in several stages. And that is why our own is not even called screening, so to say. It is confirmation. Confirmation. To confirm or not confirm. Because the screening aspect, the senators cannot effectively do it. And that's why they go, after nomination by the president, they go through thorough screening in terms of what is required legally by the appropriate institutions like SSS, like police, and other security agents, run security clearance on the person. And when it comes to the Senate, we look at the circumstance and the competence and the CV of the person that is normally given to us as senators. And remember, I don't want you to, maybe the public are saying that, yes, we are going at a very high speed in terms of clearing these people. But at the same time, the public will now also complain if we unnecessarily or exceedingly put a candidate through extensive or whatever delayed confirmation. And then you start hearing maybe there is anything behind or the like. So I think the issue is balancing. But the main question is, are the nominees screened or confirmed by the Senate competent and qualified? And in most cases, these candidates, especially the nominees of Mr. President, most of them are screened from him at the beginning to ensure that they are qualified. And believe me, to me, majority, I cannot say all, are people of competence. What it remains is to allow them to do the job and let them be assessed based on their performance. And another good thing about it is, even after we screen the candidate, there are some candidates, I think 1 or 2, that have been dropped by Mr. President after an outcry from the public. And even the Senate withheld the confirmation of 3 people out of those that were presented to the Senate. I'm not saying that we are working perfectly, but I think we are trying our best, having to balance between the national interest and time.
All right. We appreciate your thoughts on time. However, the reason why some people would still say perhaps this assembly is a rubber stamp assembly is because when you look at the details of the supplementary elections, going back to the details, we have 7.3 billion allocated to buying cars for the State House. And one of such is 1.5 billion for the First Lady. In the Constitution, is there any provision for the office of the First Lady? And were there any questions asked as to the vehicles that will be bought, 1.5 billion allocated? Why? Those are the questions that Nigerians are asking, because it seems like any request from the president is looked at, a few conversations around it, and passed. No deep questions to check and balance the office of the executive. That's what Nigerians are asking for from the Senate and the National Assembly.
Well, we're trying to do that. And as I said, for me, in the budget that was brought before us, I know that there are line items tagged as the provision of vehicles, fleet vehicles for the National Assembly, whether some are for the office of the First Lady on the like or not. But let me clear this. I know the First Lady. We've been in the Senate for 12 years. I don't think that the First Lady actually requested personally for luxurious vehicles or that.
But did you ask this question, Senator Ndume? You cannot make assumptions without asking questions. You know her, but you didn't ask questions. That's the responsibility of the Senate. You can't pass based on assumption that, I believe your good intentions. This is public money that's going to be spent.
I understand. I'm saying that the purchase of the vehicle is for the presidential fleet, and that including the presidential fleet includes the vehicles that the First Lady uses, the President uses, all that uses. I am not in the position to defend that or to argue on it, as you said. But I say I know, I'm just speaking what I know about the First Lady and her likes for either items or dislikes. Somebody that you have been together for 12 years, at least you know her attitude and what she needs and what she does not need, or what is she the flamboyant type of person? Is it the person that is materialistic? That's what I'm only trying to say. But definitely there were provisions in the vehicle. And let me add again, when we asked the State House as to why buying these vehicles are mostly the most unfortunate thing that happens in the Nigerian financial system or budget system is the fact that almost all the products are dollar-based, and the budget is in Naira. Okay. And these vehicles, for example, when placed in order and before they are supplied based on the current dollar rate, which is far or almost double what it used to be when the budget of 2023 was prepared. Most of the items, even in the security sector or all the sectors, most of the items are not locally procured products or capital issues that can be procured locally. And if it is that would have reduced the cost. But because most of these items have to be imported, and then you know that the payment has to be made in dollars, that's why makes the cost go up. Okay. What I was trying to say, I repeat again about the First Lady, is that I don't think these things are personal. But that your question is saying, is it justifiable?
Okay.
Is it justifiable? Is it fair not to buy a vehicle for the presidential fleet after the ones that they have now have been used for a long time? And I don't know, but normally vehicles are boarded. If the president is going, for example, the outgoing president, if he serves for 8 years, some of the vehicles that he uses are normally boarded.
Okay.
So these are the issues, and the time problem is also a contributing factor.
Okay.
I would have been able, if to say we went through long budget analysis before we do that.
Okay, Senator Ndume. So, I mean, a couple of questions, and
let me say, let me add this very important point. We rushed because this budget is now for 7 weeks.
Okay.
The budget was brought and is to the end of the year, so we have to rush to allow the president to start spending based on the urgent requirements, especially in terms of paying labor, and in terms of the scholarship, in terms of the security cost, and then, yeah.
Okay, I mean, I've heard what you said, because for the want of time, so I can just sneak this question in as we wrap things up. So I'd like to ask you 3 questions, and 2 will be to debunk your arguments this morning. So just prepare for it. So the first question will be, is it then justified?
I'm prepared.
Okay, so good. Okay. So number 1, is it then justified, even up to the presidential fleet, can't we patronize the local car producers in Nigeria like Innoson and the likes? Because if you remember, Peugeot Automobile had a deal with, Nigeria over the years, and most of, even up to the presidential cars then, were Peugeots. That now that we have Nigeria-made Nigeria-made assemblage, as you said, why can't we patronize them? Why can't we have Innoson cars or Nord cars or other car makers in the presidential fleet? That's number 1. The 2 arguments I'm going to debunk. Number 1, you made an argument and you dismissed Dr. Abatsi's arguments. If you come for Dr. Abatsi, you come for me too, because we're a team and I love him so much. And I'm going to debunk your argument this morning, sir, by saying, what about the case of Loretta Onochie? Loretta Onochie was a card-carrying member. Yeah, Loretta Onochie was a card-carrying member, was nominated for residential electoral officer, but this same Senate did not allow Loretta Onochie's nomination sail through because of a partisan bias. We remember that case. So that's one argument to debunk your argument. Secondly, to say that the Senate is rubber stamp is the case of the Minister of Entertainment and all of that. With all of your scrutiny and all of that, we still have a case on our hands. I'm talking about...
Who is the Minister of Entertainment?
Of Arts, Creativity and all of that, Musawa. We have a case, Anatu Musawa.
Who is the
Minister of Arts?
Who is the Minister of Entertainment?
No, Minister of Arts, Creativity and all of that, the entertainment sector really and arts. Okay. That's what I wanted to say. We have a case with that minister where it was now discovered after your so-called screening that she's a serving NYSC member. And all of this was not brought up during the screening. And that's why a lot of people are saying it doesn't have rigor. So those are the 2 arguments to be able to put through to you.
Okay, now, number 1, let me tell you about the presidential fleet that you are talking about. I'm not running away from questions. I don't. But the presidential fleet that you are talking about comes from the president. And now the question, Rufai, is, after bringing the budget that they want to buy a car, and let me tell you that they don't even attach the brand of the cars they are going to buy. So that one has to, that your question is supposed to go to the presidency to ask them, when you are budgeting for cars, all that in the item is that so amount of money to buy cars. It does not include a particular brand of car. So if you have issues with the brand of car that is to be purchased, whether locally or foreign, then that should go to the presidency. Then the second issue about Loretta. Let me say, I was in the Senate then. the issue of Loretta, her disqualification was more political, than actually the actual. And remember, she was ultimately cleared in the Senate, and she was the chairman of NDDC, sworn in and was working before the board was dissolved. So that answers that. Then the issue of Musawa.
No, Senator.
There is still a debate going on as to...
Senator,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
talking about when Loretta was nominated for INEC Rec. Because you discountenanced Dr. Abbas's question just now, but he has a very good ground to ask that question. Because the same argument for Loretta was that she had a political bias. And that's what Dr. Abati was stating in this case of this rec that is close to Mr. Akpabio. That was the case of Loretta, but you people pushed Loretta down. You didn't allow her sail through. That's the argument
Let
here.
me tell
It's
you.
not about NDDC now. It's about the INEC Rec position, sir.
No, Rufai,
Yes,
can
sir.
you allow me to shed light on some of this? Number one, let me say, I don't think you call yourself my enemy. And I don't think you say I'm Ruben Obati's enemy, because he's my senior brother anyway. And what we're talking here is just talking about issues.
Yes, we're just
not about persons.
No,
You
it's
understand?
nothing.
Not issues
It's nothing.
arising.
No, it's just issues, yes.
So it's not, and I do not expect you to support me in this case when we're having a debate with Ruben, So that's aside. And as I said, the issue of Ruben during the REC election was more of political issues, not actually her ability to do the job as is required. I still stand again that she was an advisor to the president, and she was a card-carrying member of APC when she was appointed. And then when she was brought to the Senate, the argument, those that have a majority were against, and those of us, I was also part of it, that were for her, it had the minority and the majority had its way. But actually, we had our say. And then another different scenario, when she was nominated for NDC's appointment, that issue again of partisanship, cropped up. But we were in the majority in support of her, and then she was cleared as chairman of the NNDC. So that's politics, Rufai. That one is not saying that the person should not be cleared by a party that we have majority in the Senate. Coming to that of Musawa, we also argued on it. And we said these are issues that are more legal, about the law. So when we clear her, if anybody feels that she should still not be a commissioner, a minister, that person can go to court and get judgment. And even if now the court says that she's not qualified to be a minister, that would be it. But for us, bringing somebody that is qualified to do the job, and then we start talking about whether she has finished secondary school or whether she has done NYC. Now, this is not a priority. A priority is can she do the job? Did she present herself well during the screening, the confirmation? To us, that is yes. And if somebody believes that she should not be a minister because she is serving and all that, then the person can go to court, and that would be it.
Well, on that note, Senator Ali Ndume would like to thank you very much. But the point that we have tried to establish is that patently partisan persons should not be appointed to organize elections in Nigeria. That's just the basic principle. It's not PDP versus APC.
That also will mean that partisan people should not be interviewing, people that are of a different political party or the like. But in your case, it's different because even in advanced democracy like America, we know that Fox, CNN, and what is the other, Bloomington, they have their own political leaning, and it is known for that. So, like now, CNN with Donald Trump, he never even was, because they are always hard on him. So I understand why you can be hard on APC. Because you are more
I'm not hard on APC. I'm a professional journalist. And I have a second address. That's what I've proven. Okay, some people, when they go to Abuja, they stay there permanently because they have no other job. but I have something else that I can do.
No,
Thank you, Senator.
But honestly, let me commend the two of you. I commended Rufai on phone when he took a position on certain things. I called him. I was even outside the country. But for you, I think you should be more of a neutral, not to be too PDP extremist. Don't be PDP
No, I'm
extremist.
not a PDP extremist. I'm a journalist. And I think I've proven that I have a second address. I'm not one of those people who go to Abuja and they have nowhere else to go. Thank you, Senator. It's time now for a short break. When we return, Ojinika Okpe will be here with details on what's trending. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What does endless possibilities mean to you? A shop in the perfect location, in the hottest part of town? You don't have to own a...
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Surprisingly, what we eat can have a significant effect on others. Now I know what you're thinking. How can what I eat possibly affect others? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation, particularly in regions like the Amazon rainforest. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Here's Jack Reed, a son of River State. At the early hours of October 30th, 2023, I received multiple phone calls and report of immense attack and the desecration of River State House of Assembly, which is the beacon of our democracy. It is important for us to understand that our democracy needs to be encouraged to maturity, even as the young stars are watching at what we do today. Therefore, keeping the sanctity of the temple of our democracy is a sacred oath we all took as political actors, irrespective of class. Any tendency to attack the legislature or hijack is to be allowed to key into President Tinubu's administration at the federal level in order to take advantage of President Tinubu's economic master plan, where the state can fit its economic policy to attract private capital development and create jobs for the youths who are currently struggling with massive unemployment, so our young youths and residents can have good jobs and live a life of self-dignity where they too can be value addition to the state economic pool. We cannot afford to allow the crisis brewing to snowball into more chaotic situation, which is capable of exacerbating huge economic hardship on Rivers people. I therefore call for all to be calm and let all involved shed your sword in the interest of peace and development of our dear River State. Irrespective of my political interest or leaders' political interest, the onus lies on us all to put on the garb of civility and deploy dialogue to resolve our differences. God bless you as you give peace a chance and let love lead.
Africa's first cash reward as a service company. Witness people get life-changing cash rewards for loyalty and meeting set threshold of partner companies.
My name is Olu Elemosho Kabir. I meet MTN Taje through cash token. But when I saw it, I saw the cash balance. I said, wow, I want to keep my project will be done. I will fulfill what I wanted to do. And I use part of the money to pursue my programming course. I used
Drive loyalty and create an impact in the lives of your customers. Cash Token Rewards Africa, transforming lives and businesses.
Excellence doesn't happen overnight. At 21st Century Innovation, and now there is no limit. At the United Bank for Africa, we are committed to delivering the best for you. We have deep roots in Africa. Across our continent, we drive financial inclusion, trade and entrepreneurship. We operate in the United Kingdom and in France. We are the only African bank with a national banking license in the USA. We understand the importance of the Gulf as a hub for global trade.
Hey Leo, split the bill into 4, please.
UBA is built on our cutting-edge technological infrastructure that guarantees not just to take Africa's talent and perspective to the world, but to bring the entire world back home. Because the one thing you can trust is we will always be there for you. UBA, Africa's global bank.
Where's Glory?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Glow! Where Glow now?
Are they here?
Glow don't go village. Tell all our customer Abi.
Everybody pay attention. See, now Glow berekete 10x. Now he might they take tension my customers. Now they dash me 10 times the credits when I load. Or even summer me double data join.
Yeah. Wait, so with 1.5 when they give all of us, so you they enjoy up to
15,000 naira credit and data. And I say I never finish you. See, when I say if we enjoy, if we not join Glow berekete 10x, when I go get 1,000 naira welcome credit. Finish.
Glow, you don't win.
Una see they here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Glow. Please save now Glow we dey fine. Now Glow we dey go. Okay, so
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Glow Berekete 10X. You also get 1,000 naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
This is a Rider ad, and this is what Rider is all about. Expensive shooting is not a big deal. Celebrity explaining the Rider app and how to set your price for the ride? Thanks, but no. Sound design and graphics are not the main thing either. The only thing that matters is low price rides. Get one with Rider.
It hurts. It's human to feel pain. Ease the pain with Izodor for fast relief from pains and fever. Izodor comes in easy-to-swallow caplets for adults and suspension for children. Izodor, ease the pain. If symptoms persist after 2 days, please see your doctor.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now is Ojinika Ojiope. Thank God it's Friday with stories trending around the world. Hello, Jinx.
Good morning, Dr. Abati. How are you this morning?
I'm good.
Perfect. TGIF. Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Looking happy. Rufai. Showakpa. So they say you were in the midst of some
frolicking.
Frolicking with women.
I saw that on top of the show. Dr. Abati had to put him on the spot, didn't you? Oh, well done.
But good women.
Yes.
Women in business. Women.
We'll pick one
These
for
are
him.
top flights.
We will pick one.
Top girls.
Excellent.
As one book says, top girls.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. Well, let's begin what's trending with reactions trailing the 2.17 trillion naira supplementary budget submitted by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the National Assembly, which has undergone review and approval following outrage expressed by many Nigerians. Well, on Thursday, Abubakar Bichi, the chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations, told journalists that the budget of 5 billion naira for the presidential yacht has been transferred to student loans, bringing its total budget to 10 billion naira, eliciting more reactions.
We don't have that percentage anymore. We have increased the student loan. If you can recall, student loan was 5 billion naira in the budget, but now we have increased it from 5 to 10 billion so that our students can be able to access that facility in order for them to go to school and to be affordable for them. This is what we do actually.
So no more what?
We don't have that yet anymore.
All right. Well, I guess what would I say? Kudos at this point. But, you know, Nigerians are going to react. This is from Brother Bath, who wrote, yacht budget to education budget, selling the dog and buying monkey. 1. It is now reported that the House of Rep has moved Tinubu's proposed 5 billion naira for procurement to yacht to education loan budget. 2. Each budget item must have been worked out with clear criteria. 3. One wonders the criteria for adding the budget for Tinubu's yacht to education loan, that the House of Reps just moved the money and left it for those in charge of education loan to work out how the new addition will be expended. Isn't this an opportunity for misappropriation? 4. If the House of Representatives was against the Tinubu yacht budget, just like Nigerians have widely expressed, why didn't they approve the budget with less than the 5 billion naira? Must the bottom line figure be retained? After all, this is a supplementary budget. 5. The decision is more like selling the dog and buying a monkey. Another Twitter user there, Akin, goes, why student loan? Was the budget a yacht loan? They should make it a grant that students don't have to pay back. The 5 billion naira for the most indigent students as grants, financial aid, and the remaining 5 billion naira for less indigent ones as loan. Finally, this Twitter user goes, the more you look, the less you see. The budgetary magic. 5 billion naira budgeted for presidential yacht was moved to student loan, while the Ministry of Defense budget was increased from its initial 476 billion naira to 546 billion naira. That's a 70 billion naira difference. How many presidential yachts will 70 billion naira buy? It is called robbing Peter to pay Paul. But this regime even went as far as Silas and Saul. Ayo, of course, you know, these are very, very pertinent questions Nigerians are asking. You know, especially that 70 billion naira difference. I mean, what's that all about at this point? There needs to be more explanation on that. But also, you know, Bayo Onanuga's tweet just falls flat at this point. He said it was an operational naval
vessel.
Which also got a lot of people reacting at this point because, I mean, if it was really for the Navy, why do they have to scrap it? I mean, we need defense, don't we?
We do. There are so many, arguments or debates around this naval base. I'd earlier said that in other countries like the US and the UK, these vessels, the yachts, presidential yachts, the US was called the floating White House. Yes, it came under Navy budget, but it wasn't used for combat or used in the area of defense. It was usually ceremonial. So the justification by Mr. Bayo Onanuga is quite curious. Also, put that side by side by the justification by Senator Ali Ndume. In his own argument, he says it's because he had already been paid for, it had been agreed. So there's a contractual agreement that the vessel is ready to be delivered. It's just for us to pay.
Yeah,
so we're actually bound.
Said it. He said that it was ordered
the previous administration. So we're actually bound. So all these things we're saying, the thing is ready. They just need to deliver it to Nigeria, and we have to pay. We cannot renege on a contract that's already been agreed on and signed by a previous administration. That's where we find ourselves here. Unfortunately, some of the same set of members in the National Assembly today were in the previous assembly were the ones who also approved that amount of money to be paid to buy a presidential vessel. But going on to what he said about the 5 billion, I asked the question earlier, that how did they arrive at the need for an extra 5 billion naira to go to the student loan? Usually there's a set of criteria. We've talked about the fact that the process for this student loan has been shrouded in secrecy. We only know that there's a student loan that's meant to come into effect in January of 2023. Some other provisions of the Act, Tertiary Education Act, has not been fulfilled. So how will that happen? What is the extra 5 billion naira there for, and how did they arrive at that exact figure to be included in the student loan? Are we just putting money all around, moving it around? Okay, you put it there. Is there a need for that? Then comes to the defense budget, the same questions we ask. You know, when we asked Senator Ndume as to why it seems like it's a rubber stamp assembly, he said, because they had to pass it quickly. They had only 7 more weeks for the president to spend this money. What is urgent about the vessel, the presidential fleet? What is urgent about defense adding 70 billion naira? You have about over 400 billion naira added to that. When most of these, in fact, all of it is going to be from borrowing. And we talked about the fact that borrowing in itself is not bad. economies around the world, nations around the world borrow. It is what the money is going to be used for. Unfortunately, this is not justifiable, at least in terms of the details of what the reason. And I do feel that this National Assembly is not doing its due, is not carrying out its functions in terms of truly checking the powers of the executive.
Yeah, there needs to be a clear criteria. That 5 billion naira added to the student loan, like the other Twitter user said, should also, even if it's been added, let it be a grant to students, the lowest of the bottom students, to be able to go to school quickly.
So concerning all of this, it just shows the confusion that happens in Nigeria. And when you try to peel through the layer, you see more confusion. Reminds me of Fela song, confuse your break, Ibono. Yeah, but that's what's going on here. Take, for instance, we had a senator come here and say something that shocked me. And I quipped a bit. That when they send forward the request for the cars that they want to buy in the presidency, they don't even look at the make and all of that. And I'm asking, so you approve monies just like that without asking the make of the car? Is that where we have become as a nation? If you are to have a line item, aren't you supposed to state, even if it's Innoson or Nord or Nissan Datsun, are you supposed to state the cars the president wants to use?
Absolutely.
So it speaks volumes about our budgeting. I think we need to introspect and have real questions. And I think the matter of all of this, yacht, is another indication that something needs to be done about our budgeting system. And honestly, Audrey, I'll submit to you, because I know we have one for time, that our leaders feel this country is all about a joke. And the better they start fearing the people, the better it's going to be for them. Because if you don't have that, you just go on and do all sorts of things. All of a sudden, you earmarked, like Ayo said rightly, 5 billion for a particular project, which was based on your empirical plan. Then the next thing, you just add another 5 billion. Is that how we do things? So if you are not going on with the yacht, can't it be withdrawn from the initial cost on the budgeting system?
No, I want to advocate for student loans and student grants at this moment. I applaud that move. I love the fact that the student loans are increased at this point, because that's where it should have, that's how it should have started. Whatever criteria that they would use
so there's something called,
break it down, they should do that. We need to advocate for student loans at this point.
I'm sorry, I'd like to disagree with you, Oji. There's something called cost accounting in finance. You account for your costs to the very letter. If we want to have student grant, it's another conversation entirely.
That is why I said there should be a breakdown.
But as regards this money, if you don't have use for it again, it's best you withdraw it.
No, they said they want to put it to the student loan. So, I mean,
that's what I have a problem with.
Very important. It's very important we advocate for that, for education. And that's where they should have, that's where they should have put the money first, instead of all of these yacht, 1.5 billion for the office of the First Lady, which we have all discussed. Well, all right, we'll take another story. The feud between former governor of Zamfara State, Bello Matawalle, and Dauda Lawal, the state's governor, took another dimension after the state's commissioner for budget and planning, Abdulmalik Gajam, in a trending video, accused the former governor of squandering state resources and diverting pension funds belonging to civil servants for personal use. The accusation is the latest from Dauda Lawal's administration against Bello Matawalle, who Lawal recently accused of embezzling billions of naira through the abandoned Zamfara Airport cargo project.
The past administration spent more than 15 billion naira in the government house alone. And now, if you go to the State, there is no governor's office that is functioning. We even need to, we are rehabilitating it at the moment. They bought massage chairs of 50 million naira. When people are hungry, when people are dying of illiteracy and insecurity, and people are dying of malnutrition, there is no 5-kilometer road built in 4 years. They have spent billions of Zamfara States and money. They came to AMCON. The contribution of pension, it was supposed to be, since the inception in 2005, the employer will contribute, the employee will contribute. From the beginning of time, since its inception, the government of Zamfara State the employer never put in their contribution. That is the government. Employees were contributing. At the end of the day, this past administration came to AMCO, withdrew the money, removed themselves from that engagement of a fiscal policy that transformed the pension processes and enable our people to get access to their investment after retirement. They withdrew that money. They squandered over 1.something billion out of pension money. What do you do with pension money?
All right, what do you do with pension money? This video got me, was longer, and this commissioner made a lot of allegations about the past administration. This has been going on for months, Dr. Abati, but I thought that video was very important when you talk about pension funds being taken out from retirees, Dr. Abati.
Well, very serious allegations here by the Commissioner for Budget and Planning of Zamfara State. On the surface of it, you may be tempted to say, oh, this is PDP government taking over from an APC government, and that there is partisanship involved, there is, politics involved. But what this Commissioner Gajam, has done is clearly to call out the former governor of Zamfara State, Bello Muhammad, popularly known as Bello Matawale, who is now the Minister of State for Defense in Nigeria. He simply indicted the former governor as having done absolutely nothing in Zamfara State, as having stolen the state blind. He made the point that the whole of Zamfara State does not even have 2 vehicles that can make a successful trip from the state capital to Abuja. And that, in fact, the previous government took money, contributed pension, that workers contributed, with the state not contributing a kobo, and squandered everything. And the government house became a place, an asylum space for bandits. And that the former governor, Matawale, defense minister of state for Nigeria, was buying luxury vehicles for bandits. So this is a very serious allegation that I think, higher authorities should look into. He even made the point that the Matawale administration in Zamfara State did nothing about health. The structures were built, but no equipment, no manpower. So if the Commissioner for Budget and Planning knows what he's talking about, I think that the Zamfara State government of Dauda Lawal, beyond partisanship, has a responsibility to make the information, whatever they have found, available to the appropriate higher authorities to call Matawale to question. Because it's not enough for him to just go on YouTube or was it whatever platform to make all these allegations. These allegations is border on defamation, Matawale may say, border on reporting crime and impunity, border on public interest about what the purpose of government should be. The greater fear is that this it's not only Zamfara that is in this situation. Zamfara, according to him, is 36/37 in terms of government performance under the last administration. There are other states that are like that. And Nigerians are interested in, what did you do with our money? How can a state governor be buying luxury vehicles for bandits? And the same man is now Minister of State for Defense. Are they going to use federal government money now to buy luxury vehicles for bandits? So it raises a lot of questions, but these are still at the level of allegations. The subtext is that this may be all about politics, but that has to be proven. And I expect the Minister of State for Defense, Matawale, by now, he should have come out to talk, to explain himself. He has the right to defend himself.
All right.
And he should do so forthwith. Otherwise, this story will become the received wisdom from Zamfara State, and it will be a stain on his reputation.
All right.
He has the duty to tell us what exactly happened in Zamfara State.
All right, then. I guess we don't have much time. We'll take another story. The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, on Thursday commissioned the Red Line Overpass Bridge in the Yaba area of the state. The overpass bridge is one of the 4 new bridges built by the Sanwo-Olu administration on the Red Line rail alignment to eliminate vehicular, pedestrian, and train traffic interaction.
Before the end of this year, I want to assure you that we will begin our testing on the Red Line. The infrastructure, the construction are well over 90%. In fact, some of them have indeed been completed. The steps, the ramps, the sidewalks, the overpass.
Amazing. Well, in another development, the presidency has flagged off the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, targeting the conversion of 1 million gas-powered vehicles in Nigeria by 2027, with the unveiling of 7 conversion centers across Nigeria, including in Lagos and Abuja. Well, during the launch of the conversion center in Abuja, Toyin Subai, the senior special assistant to the president, domestic, said the initiative will benefit every Nigerian.
At times for us at PICNG, when we had a meeting, we can't just understand how it was possible that Nigeria up until today has been buying petrol for all the cars, for commercial vehicles, for diesel. I mean, it's ridiculous when we have gas here and we can use the gas ourselves. We can power all our vehicles with the gas at one-third of the cost. This is everybody's product and everybody's initiative to achieve. There's not going to be locking somebody out and opening the door for another kind of people to another. There is no...
This is amazing. They intend to even unveil about 1,000 more centers in the future. While in Ogun State, Governor Dapo Abiodun this week unveiled the state's CNG-powered mass transit buses with a promise to implement policies and programs that would ease the high cost of living in the state. Inaugurating the CNG buses, the governor explained that a successful conversion of the diesel and petrol engine buses to CNG was another landmark achievement of the current administration in line with its multimodal transport master plan, targeted at reducing cost of transportation across the state to cushion the effects of subsidy removal. Another laudable initiative by the federal government. I think this is completely amazing. When they do good, we praise them. Well, all right. I'd like to thank you all for your great analysis, as always, on What's Trending Today. Well, that's all I have for you on What's Trending Today. I'll see you all next week.
Well, Ojeneka, just to say that Ogun State took the lead.
Oh, really? Okay, fantastic. You should have just said that earlier.
The revolution started in Ogun State.
No, we have to do the 2 Ogun State.
After Lagos.
No, Ogun State first.
After the Center of Excellence.
And that's all on today's edition of The Morning Show. Rotus Odiri will be here next to take you through Global Business Report. Stay with us. It's still the Arise News channel.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. As Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it as, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
It all began with 2G. People could call, send text, and connect with loved ones in an instant. Then, like magic, 3G appeared. Suddenly the world was at your fingertips. You could surf the net, share videos, and download your favorite songs. It was a revolution. Then came 4G, where the limits on our imagination began to fade away. Just when we thought things couldn't get any more amazing. 5G emerged from the depths of innovation. Imagine downloading an entire season of your favorite TV show before you even finish popping your popcorn. The story of mobile evolution continues because now we have a reason to imagine with Airtel 5G.
Airtel, a reason to imagine.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary account now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary earners.
Hello. Welcome to Arise News. You're watching the Global Business Report. I'm Rochi Sodiri, coming to you live from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, to take a look at the stories making headlines across the business world today. It's all about tech. This gentleman right here, Sam Bankman-Fried, found guilty on all 7 criminal fraud counts. He could face 115 years in jail. March 28th, we'll find out his sentence. Elon Musk telling Rishi Sunak at their inaugural Artificial Intelligence Safety Summit that AI will render all jobs obsolete. So I could be put out of a job. Apple overall earnings slumping despite record iPhone and services revenue, giving a forecast saying, hey, look, this quarter Christmas may not be as good as the last year. And in Nigeria, we discuss patronizing made in Nigeria vehicles with Oluwatobi Ajayi, the CEO of Nord Automobiles. He's also going to tell us if electric cars are viable. It's the Global Business Report. Do stay tuned. All right, let's take a look at oil and gas. There's an interesting story trending on Twitter from the New York Times from a professor saying that LNG is no cleaner than coal. Gonna have to get into that. I have to see what the backlash is on that. West Texas Intermediate, which is of course North American grade, 82.93. That's up. Brent crude 87.14. That's up 41 basis points. Natural gas $3.50. That is up as well. That's what's happening over in commodities. As far as the currencies are concerned, $1.06 gets you a euro, $1.21 gets you a pound, and the yen at 150 levels. It was 146 before I went on vacation, so the yen has gotten weaker. All right, let's also take a look at what's happening with cryptocurrency. Sam Bankman-Fried, of course, making the headlines with the jury, 9 women, 3 men, finding him guilty. 34,588. Bitcoin is down. Ethereum also down as well, 1802. But that's a big rise. It'll put to $1,900 levels. Japan is closed today for a holiday. Shanghai Composite Index, mainland China, 71 basis points to the good. The Hang Seng is up as well. The Kospi in Korea is up as well. ASX 200 over in Australia, that's up as well. Asian stocks turning upwards. European stocks have been on a good streak this week. Euro Stoxx 600 up by 23 basis points. Your FTSE 100 up by 30 basis points. So is your DAX in Germany, and so is the CAC 40 over in the land of Emmanuel Macron in France. That's what we're seeing over with the European equities. And here he is, Sam Bankman-Fried, nearly $10 billion lost in misappropriated funds, 2 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of conspiracy to commit fraud, 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. He faces a maximum sentence of possibly 115 years in prison. Although his lawyer said he will, of course, fight back. He might actually appeal that decision. All right, what else is happening? Apple, fourth quarter earnings, 1% drop here for total revenue, $89.5 billion. I think that's 4 quarters in a row that it's down. Net income is up. iPhone revenue, the only hardware that was up, 2% growth there, $43 billion. Services revenue, double-digit growth there. Mac, iPad, both are down as far as hardware is concerned. That's what we're seeing with Apple, and I think trades, the shares fell in aftermarket trading. Amazon generating more than $1 billion in extra profit from a secret algorithm that controls pricing. U.S. antitrust regulators have alleged in a lawsuit accusing the tech giant of using monopoly power to harm consumers and sellers. Amazon allegedly deployed an algorithm known internally as Project Nessie to increase prices of goods on its platform and in turn across the market. According to the regulator, the model identified the products for which other online stores would try to match Amazon's prices. When turned on, the algorithm would raise prices for those goods and keep those higher prices when other platforms followed suit. In a wide-ranging chat, billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk told UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak that there will come a time where no job is needed and called artificial intelligence the most disruptive force in history. This, of course, he was speaking at the Lancaster House in London. The CEO of Tesla and the proprietor of SpaceX and X, which is formerly Twitter, expressed his belief that AI will be able to do everything and that you can have a job, well, if you want a job. Let's go to Rise business analyst Bode Oshosumi, who of course is in London joining us live. Bode, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. So, are you and I going to be out of jobs if according to Elon Musk?
Well, I hope not. But what I know for sure is that researchers have found that AI has the potential to significantly impact various job categories. According to Accenture Research, the latest research, for example, what they see is 40% of working hours impacted across industries using generative AI. I think that figure could be as high as 70%. But it's also clear that what we call work today will be reinvented. That means we'll be doing different things. AI models put a different hyper-personalized intelligence into human hands in various areas: customer support, sales enablement, human resources, research, corporate strategy, competitive intelligence. It brings an unprecedented speed and innovation for an almost infinite array of tasks. Also importantly, generative AI will transform governance, information security, protection against fraud. It will improve regulatory compliance and proactively help management of risk, both within and outside the organization. It will also create new jobs, for sure. Jobs in creating AI, in using AI. There'll be new technical competences like AI engineering, enterprise architecture, as well as skills, new skills necessary to work effectively with AI-infused process businesses. Already there are new jobs like linguistics experts, AI quality controllers, AI editors. So the key risk, in my understanding, is not jobs obsolescence. History has shown us that for every work wave or revolution in productivity, more wealth was created, which allowed a better quality of life, which more than offsets job losses. Of course, the unskilled or those with outdated skills are vulnerable, but that's not to say there are no risks. There are risks, two main categories of risk: misuse risks, where you have bad actors misusing this tool, and then loss of control risks could emerge from advanced systems that are not adequately aligned with our values and intentions. But I don't think we're going to see future tensions between human race and artificial intelligence like we saw in the Creator movie. Everyone is talking about. And AI, in my view, will always remain a tool, albeit much powerful, maybe potentially abused tool, but still a tool. Remember, if you look at Apple, for example, when they were asked, Tim Cook was asked about what they were doing in AI, he really didn't want to answer. That was just yesterday. And I think that's one thing we should note. It's naive to expect that companies will be enthusiastic to tell all they're doing or share anything that can give them competitive advantage, even if sharing benefits to wider society is helpful from a safety and value perspective. And I think this is where regulators need to be much more persuasive and creative.
All right, you mentioned Apple, Tim Cook yesterday. Well, what do you make of the results? Looked like it wasn't applauded in after-hours trading.
Well, they're still doing well. Apple has over 1 billion paid subscriptions with an installed base of over 2 billion devices. So they are everywhere. At $1.46 a share, that's the profit they made, a little above Wall Street consensus of 1.39. Gross margin at 45.2, also a little ahead of the guidance range of 44 to 45%. The biggest surprise, positive surprise, was with services revenue. Apple Pay, Apple TV, Apple News, and they've been increasing their prices anyway, so wasn't a surprise to me. Up 16% to $22.3 billion, but that's still half of what they make from iPhone revenues, which was $43.8 billion, up merely 3%, but still in line with forecast. Mac and iPad didn't do so well, plunged 34% from a year ago to $7.6 billion, coming in short. iPad was $6.4 billion, down 10%. China revenue was $15.17 billion, down 2.5% from the year ago. American revenues of $40 billion, up less than 1%. European revenue down slightly to $2.5 billion. Japanese revenue was off 3.4%, somewhat flat. The rest of Asia also somewhat flat at $6.3 billion. But I think the future outlook was the issue. Apple now expects revenues less than what markets had thought they would see. According to CFO Luca Maestri, he warned that growth in both iPad and wearables would decelerate from the September quarter. And there are other headwinds, including growing competition from the iPhone in China, Huawei's Mate 60 Pro smartphone, concerns about tightening affecting U.S. consumer spending, lingering reports that iPhone 15 is not doing so well. And of course, we also hear of component shortages. We're not sure, but I think it's a mixed report, and I'm not sure they're going to do very well when the market opens today.
All right. What do you make of this algorithm that has been alleged that Amazon is using to push up prices to boost profits?
Well, Amazon allegedly deploys this new bag of tricks, Project Nessie, to push up prices when no one is watching, according to FTC. And I'm not surprised. It's just what I would say. They probably have so many other things that they're using. But Tim Doyle, that's Amazon's spokesperson, he said the FTC's complaint grossly mischaracterizes the Project Nessie tool. It was intended to stop prices becoming so low that they were unsustainable and was scrapped several years ago. Also, it was said that Amazon founder Jeff Bezos has directed executives to increase pay-to-play advertisements, which merchants would use to appear higher up in search results on the online store. I'm not sure there's anything wrong with all that. The FTC wants to see more transparency. They want to see more fairness. prices based on market dynamics and not the predatory approach that takes advantage of the unguarded buyer. I'll just give an example. I just bought a new printer that was just a week or so ago from a vendor. I checked Amazon, exactly the same thing was costing about 15% more. So you really need to do your intelligence. And of course, if you are careless, you would you could be had in this kind of environment.
Arise business analyst Bode Oshoshome giving us the lay of the land there. Watch out for those tricky Amazon prices. Bode, I appreciate having you on to analyze the business news for the day. Thank you so much. You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. More after the break. Digital surveillance in church and more. Talk about that. Plus, visa restrictions removed for all Africans by Rwanda. Stay tuned.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
I started Service Foods Products in 2018. I gave birth, and when I was weaning my child, she wouldn't eat most of the commercial foods readily available, and she was losing weight and getting sick almost all the time. So I had a discussion with her pediatrician, and together she asked me to combine some cereals and legumes and do homemade cereals for my child. I did the formulation, gave it to her. She enjoyed it, she gained weight, and that has been the success story. So I decided to commercialize it. So that's how come Salvage Foods came into existence. My experience during the Access Bank Womenpreneur Pitchathon program was very impactful. We were introduced to a comprehensive curriculum that covered very relevant topics for entrepreneurs. All these trainings has helped to build the brand. I've been able to reach out to a wider section of my target population, and my sales has also increased over 300%. I must confess, the Access Bank Womenpreneur Pitchathon training has been very good. I encourage every woman in Africa to take advantage of Access Bank Womenpreneur Pitchathon program, and your business will not be the same.
Welcome back to the Global Business Report here on Arise News. During a church service, armed robbers broke into a Johannesburg chapter of a Church of the Pentecost, which of course is, this was in Johannesburg, it's a Ghanaian church in Ghana. They stole some items from the congregation. It's actually a video which was captured on camera, which is why we're going to be talking about here as far as the need for digital surveillance. There he is. There's the pastor. He was preaching, and then he notices some people coming in. Maybe he thought they were going to give some tithes, and then he found out that they are actually armed. So it was pretty alarming. No one was hurt, and it's hoped that perhaps the footage that was captured will lead to the apprehension of these gentlemen. We move from Johannesburg over to Rwanda, the latest nation to declare a policy aimed at promoting free movement of people and trade to rival the Shenzhen zone of Europe. Here's President Paul Kagame.
The travel and tourism industry has recovered strongly, but the high cost of air travel to Africa and within Africa remains a barrier. Implementation of the Single African Air Transport Market is therefore an important priority. We also removed visa restrictions for citizens of every African country, as well as many other countries.
All right, joining us to discuss further, Mayowa Apaflo, Senior Associate, Financial Derivatives Company Limited. Mayowa, good to see you again. Good morning to you. Good to have you on the show. So let's start with visa restrictions before we go to digital surveillance. What do you make, macro view of this decision from Rwanda?
I think it ties to Rwanda's macro goal, right? They have a goal and they're implementing strategies to achieve this goal. What's their macro goal? Their macro goal is to achieve middle income status by 2035 and high income country status by 2050. And in specific terms, this means that they want to have a GDP per capita of over $4,000 by 2035 and over $12,000 $12,000 by 2050, right? And so they have implemented strategies to achieve these goals. Some of these strategies include implementing a 7-year national strategy for economic transformation, and the aim of this strategy is to promote private sector development, promote increase competitiveness of the economy, and promote productivity in the economy. And also, Rwanda has been a strong supporter of AfCFTA, right, over the years. And so these policies that they're putting in place, this one is also in line with the goal, right? It's also in line with the strategy that they are putting in place to achieve their goal. Like you mentioned, it's not the first country to implement this visa-free policy, right? We have Gambia, we have Benin, and we have Seychelles. Also, Kenya has announced that by December 31st, they would also be implementing the visa-free policy for Africans. And so all of this is like a new policy, a new development. Hopefully, we won't see more countries adopt it in the coming term.
Great stuff. Thank you for the breakdown there. So, I mean, as far as wanting to increase GDP per capita, skills have to come into play here, right? Because of what skills contribute to economic output for GDP. For the tech ecosystem for Rwanda, what do you think this means for them?
It's very positive. It's a strong and significant development for the tech ecosystem in Rwanda, right? Just in 2022 rather, Rwanda announced that it was launching the first hub for AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data governance, right? And it's all in a drive for an inclusive fourth industrial revolution across the continent. So that's where they're looking at from the tech angle, right? And even already this year, we've seen a UK AI company, InstaDeep, announce that they'll be launching a company in Rwanda. It's an AI company. So this policy, right, is only helping them to achieve their goal, their tech goal. And then with this policy, we see increased foreign investments. That's what policies like this end up bringing. We see increased access to talent. Rwanda is a small landlocked country. They actually have a shortage of tech or skilled talent, right? And they are very into driving human capital development. And so this policy only helps bring in more skilled workers into the system and also increase innovation. And outside of tech, we see increased tourism, which can also go back to tech, because with increased tourism, you will see more innovative ideas around creating platforms for online bookings and the likes to support the increased tourism that they will see in the coming time.
So when you think about the big tech firms, the Googles, the Microsofts, and so on and so forth, what does stress-free immigration mean for tech talent?
Well, it's very important. It's very, very significant. And two major reasons we look at it. Let's look at the tech space. The tech space, one, tech industry is global, right? Tech companies, especially the big ones, have countries across the world. And they need to be able to get talent to suit their business needs in these locations, one. Two, we have that the tech industry is very competitive. They're very competitive for talent, right? And talents need to be able to immigrate to different countries that they are needed in. And so this policy, there's a need for stress-free immigration talent. And I look at big tech companies, we're looking at Google, we're looking at Microsoft, Amazon. They actually have legal support for immigration for this company. So this stress-free immigration process is very, very important to the tech space and to big tech companies.
All right, we've said a lot of good things here. Thanks for the analysis. But any risks to opening up your borders to, letting almost everyone in?
Yes, and everything in life involves risk, really, right? There's always a risk involved. Some of the risk here, we would have security risk, right? Because you're making it visa-free, it means anybody can come in anytime. It can lead to increased terrorism and crime in a country. Rwanda is a low-crime country, so it can actually affect that. And then you also have a public health risk. We had Ebola, we had COVID. They spread because of migration, people moving from place to place. So that risk is there, right? And economic risk. We have that. When you have increased skilled talent coming into the country, it can mean less jobs for the locals, right? Low wages for the locals, and then we don't want to have a situation like we're seeing in South Africa, right? And so that is a risk that would also be involved. But with every risk, there are always ways to mitigate this risk, and we hope that the country is paying attention to that and implementing these policies as well.
All right, you mentioned two things that will allow us to seamlessly transition into our other topic here. You mentioned crime and you mentioned South Africa. I want to talk about digital surveillance here. I mean, first of all, the camera there, is it in that church? What was it there for? Is that content creation or for online participation in service or what? We're trying to focus on the digital side of this if we can. What's that camera doing there?
Well, it's both, right? For a lot of, let's go back, COVID-19, thanks to COVID-19, it impacted the world in a very huge way. The religious sector was not left out, right? Due to COVID-19, people had to stream online for services, and that part of it has continued, right? And so it's for live to reach the audience that maybe could not remotely, people that couldn't make it into the church service physically. That's what a lot of churches use the surveillance or the camera footage for, right? And also for content creation, you on social media, they have excerpts from the sermons, praise and worship sessions, which they upload to their social media platform. So it's a bit of both.
Does this tell us that video surveillance, maybe there's a privacy angle to this, but it is essential regardless of whatever activity you're doing, religious or non-religious at this point? Are we in a surveillance period or state of living at this point? We're being surveyed right now by these cameras that are watching us around, people around the world. So what do you think?
Well, yes, there's always someone watching you, camera watching you, right? It's regardless of the situation or the place. You walk into a supermarket, I think we'd say maybe 80 or 90% of supermarkets, especially the large ones, have cameras somewhere to watch. It's for crime detection, prevention, also even for business processes, because you can go back, view the videos, see where you need areas of improvement and where you can implement these improvements. So video surveillance is important or is necessary. It helps in different angles of the society, and it's not just only for business operations. It could also be for religious.
We're out of time. If you're that church, are you moving to full online service going forward, or do they beef up security? What happens next?
We won't run away from the house of God because of criminals now.
Right.
Believe God will protect us, and then we also beef up security. Faith plus works.
Faith without works is, there you go. Thanks. Some church service on Friday ahead of Sunday from Maiwa Paflo, Senior Associate at Financial Derivatives Company Limited. Maiwa, always a pleasure having you. Thanks for joining us. You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. We're talking made in Nigeria vehicles with the CEO of Nord Automobiles, electric vehicles, all that. Stay tuned.
Calling all startups, investors, tech enthusiasts, the Africa Startup Festival, live at Landmark Events Center, November 11th, 2023. Meet new investors, build new partnerships, exhibit and grow your network. 5,000 plus participants, 200 plus participating investors, over 1,000 startups. Visit africastartupfestival.com to participate and get your early bird pass today.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Salary earners.
Welcome back to the Global Business Report here on the Rise News. It's our Eye on Tech. All right, sales of Ferraris with hybrid engines have overtaken those of traditional models for the first time. Some 51% of Ferrari's cars sold between July and September were hybrid, compared to 43% in the previous 3 months and just 19% a year ago. Car deliveries just up 9%, 3,459. Revenues up 24% to 1.5 billion euros. Net profit up 46% from the same period last year, the third quarter, 332 million euros between July and September. Bringing it to Nigeria, joining us now, Oluwatobi Ajayi is the CEO, chair, founder of Nord Automobiles, and he's very flexible because he joined us on short notice, and I appreciate having you in the studio. Good morning to you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
What do you make of what Ferrari is doing and whether we can have hybrid? Are you making hybrid vehicles?
Yes. We're making the three, like CNG, electric vehicles, and internal combustion engine vehicles. So, and that's one of the advantages of, because like I said, I've said it a lot of times, the auto industry is an old industry, it's more than 100 years old. And in recent years, the gap in technology can be closed fast, maybe in a couple of years, 5 years, 10 years, as against what happened maybe 50 years ago. So now, instead of, the giants have to wait and do a lot of things. But for us, we can do the same thing they are doing in very short period, which you can see the example in Tesla, catch up very quickly. So for us, in Nord, for example, we have electric vehicles, which we have not fully launched it, but we've shown some clips of the R&D, and how we can do it, the test driving in University of Lagos campus. We also have the CNG vehicles, which we've sold to some state governments like the Ogun State, and some other companies like transport companies, for example, bought some of our CNG buses. We also did electric vehicles. A bank financed I don't know if I should mention the name of the state, a state in the north, bought 120 units of electric vehicles for intercity transport.
Well, this is what should be making the news, not House of Reps people ordering 130 million naira foreign. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. So when people say I always say the executive arm, especially the state governments, and even the federal government, like for example, I said police, the civil defense, the universities, they always buy Nord. The government is buying Nord. The executive arm. So I do not understand why the Senate and the House of Rep is not buying.
Going for
maybe I don't know. Maybe they just need to get a little more familiar.
Yeah. Let's talk price. We just showed one of your SUVs there. I think I saw you tweeted it. The company tweeted it. Also, there were pictures of it being, manufactured or being put together. How much does this thing cost?
It's 60% the price of the same quality from Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, similar quality.
Yeah.
So I'll mention it to you. It costs about 60 million naira.
Okay. So 60 million naira. Few Nigerians outside of government order brand new vehicles, right? So How important is it to develop a second-hand market for those that can't afford? I can't afford a 60 million. Maybe you can. You're the CEO, but I can't afford that. But so, what talk about the second-hand market? How do we get that?
So this is top of the range.
Okay.
Like the top.
We have 1%.
So
the Dr. Abatis of this world.
So we have vehicles, we have sedans that are around 13 million. Okay. Even the electric vehicle we launch is going to go for around 9-10 million naira.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's about less than $10,000. Yeah,
but that's a sedan.
But it's a sedan. Yes,
right.
It's a sedan, and we are planning it for the the ride-hailing services.
Yeah.
So we have vehicles around 13 million, 14 million. You understand? So, but to answer your question, on second-hand vehicles,
yeah,
you can only have second-hand when people have got the first-hand. So the government needs to actually help us in that way. I'll say help. They need to assist. They need to buy. Because the government currently is the biggest buyer of vehicles in Nigeria.
Right.
So when the government, it's just like I said, it's a low-hanging fruit. One of the reasons why Peugeot was successful in Nigeria at that time was because the government of Nigeria at that time just made it mandatory. Once you're in government, you need to drive this vehicle that is made in Nigeria. Now we have, Peugeot is French. Now we now have made in Nigeria by Nigerians, owned by Nigerians. I don't understand why it's not that straightforward.
Right.
So if the government pushes this and makes it mandatory for every civil servant to buy this, after 4 years, you're going to have a very giant second-hand market. And because, like I said, for Nord, for example, our vehicles are excellent. They would any bid we go for, that merit is the main thing. We always win the bid.
Yeah.
We always win the bid. So after 4 years, I'm sure when it moves to the second-hand market, people will start to see that, wow, these Nord vehicles are excellent. Then let me buy more. And that's what happens. In 10 years' time, we're already dominating the market. Yeah. But it's a step-by-step process. And we cannot jump the step.
Yeah.
It has to start from the government.
What's your production capacity like? Where the factories, where the assembly plants and so on? What can you put numbers to what you can produce in a month or
we
a year?
have 2 factories. We have one in Ekpe, in Odogiri area of Ekpe in Lagos State. We also have another innovation center. We also has their assembly plant, which are in University of Lagos. So in the University of Lagos, we can produce 5 vehicles a day, 1 shift.
Okay.
In Ekpe, we can produce 10 a day. So if you add both together, 1 shift, we can do about almost 5,000 vehicles a day, 5,000 vehicles a year.
Okay.
But if you add both shifts, you're talking about 9,000 vehicles a year.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, what do you need to boost your capacity? Is it electricity? Is it skilled manpower? Is it steel? What do you need?
The biggest issue is steel.
Steel?
Yes, I will do anything to solve that problem. And for me, it's quite straightforward because this is a giant industry. Yeah. Even at the moment, even without the credit, even with the fact that Nigerians have to bring out 100% of their money to buy vehicles, import it in, last year, we did about $3.55 billion US. So if we have a market where even 20% of that is made in Nigeria, the incentive to actually even help the government set up this at least flat sheet steel process will be done. And regardless of whatever happens, we are working with some partners to actually do this. Because I've done our analysis and realized that if we make our steel sheets here in Nigeria, we can be a lot more flexible, and the price of these vehicles will drop by at least 30%.
Wow. Yes. Okay. And so, there's the whole Ajaokuta steel thing.
Yeah, that's what I said. We're going to do it. We're planning something from the private sector. We're having some conversations with some private partners. Their fear, which is why I want the government to do, their fear is that, yes, Nigeria has a big market, but how are we sure that market will come to you?
Yeah.
So we need to convince them that we can get just 20% of our current market. And the investment will be done.
Yeah. See, look, that is one of the crucial issue with or target for this administration, bringing investment in. So, vehicle financing. I have to ask you about that because you mentioned it's about Nigerians having to pull out money from their pockets. There is some vehicle financing going on. Some banks, 1 or 2 banks, a few banks are doing it, but it's not widespread. So, in South Africa, or you can lease a car for 3 years and return it, just paying monthly. What is it a risk of defaults? How do we, do you have if you are selling a Nord vehicle now, is there a bank person sitting there that can do a financing? What's your take on it?
So I've always said it. I think the auto industry would sell maybe 10 times more a year, even more, if we introduce financing. But there's a way to solve that problem. It's very easy. So I'm going to give you the solution. I'm a businessman.
Hey, you are the best person to talk about
I
this.
think about solutions. So when I say problem, all I think about is a solution.
Yeah.
And when I think about how to create jobs, how to make the country better. Now, what we need to do is, for those who want to keep buying vehicles, foreign vehicles, just for the brand, because like I said earlier, we've assured you that the quality is good enough. But we also understand that maybe there's a gap in brand equity. You know, so if you decide to say, okay, even after the assurance that you get the same value for like half the price, and you want to buy this foreign brand, so buy it, but pay a levy for brand new vehicles. So we don't put pressure on those that want to buy used vehicles, the middle class and lower. So for those in the elite, let them pay a levy for bringing in brand new vehicles and maybe 2-3 years old vehicles. Then that levy, which will be gotten by the federal government and goes to the NADDC, will now be used to do some things. One of them is NADDC sets up the R&D center because you need to continue to innovate so that we can compete. I don't want to just be the Nigerian champion. I want one day to be able to sell Nigerian vehicles in Europe, in America. That's the dream. So now I want them to know that Africans can do these things, that Africans can make our own things. Because actually we can. If you go to the factories in Germany everywhere, you see Nigerians making their own cars. But in Germany, why are we not doing that here in Nigeria? So after we do that, we get the R&D, we show that we can do these things. Then a part of the funds, the levy, would go to assemblers like us, you know, low interest rates loans, which will be used to compete with the rest, because the giants in the US, in Japan, are getting low interest rates, you know. So we have to do the same thing, which will come from this levy. Then after that, I'll call it, you fund the supply side of the equation. Then you move to the demand side of the equation. So someone like you, Rotus, that you feel, you cannot buy. No, you can actually if it's financed. Right. So you say, okay, Rotus, okay, I have this vehicle, I want to buy a used vehicle. No, don't buy a used vehicle. As long as it's a made in Nigeria vehicle, deposit what you have and spread the rest over like 3 years, which will be funded by the funds from this levy. So that's the way to solve the problem.
So you're leaving the banks out of this? I mean, shouldn't banks be able to fund?
There's no way banks will be the one, because this is how I think it will work. Yeah. The customer at the port will pay the levy to the customs. Okay. The customs will transfer the money to CBN. Okay. CBN will notify NADDC. Yeah. You know, then NADDC and CBN, in conjunction with commercial banks, will now facilitate.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, you know, if you have that, there's already levies though on vehicles coming in, right?
No, there's no levies. There are no levies on commercial vehicles. Okay. Brand new commercial vehicles. Right. So people can just bring in a brand new commercial vehicle now, trucks, anything, and they pay nothing. There's no levy currently on brand new commercial vehicles, and I think that is really, really bad.
But there are fees to clear from customs now. I mean, if you think about people who sell vehicles here, what they have to pay to clear the type.
So I can explain to you. So now, if you bring a commercial vehicle, fully built, you pay 10% duty only. Right. If you also bring in knockdown vehicles like semi-knockdown, you also pay the same 10% duty, which means that there is really no incentive for you. Because when you bring in knockdown vehicles, you have added costs. You need to bring it in a container, you need to have a factory to do this. But for anybody that just bring it fully built, it's paying the same duty as you, 10%. Gotcha. But all they need to do is buy 20,000 naira fuel at the port and drive it away. Gotcha. So there's no incentive to produce. Gotcha. Then for the passenger car vehicles, there is, I think, a 20% levy, which is not enough to discourage them, you know. So I think the levy should be increased for brand new, so that you don't, like I said earlier, so we do not put pressure on the middle class, because the middle class is not buy brand new at the moment, right? Yeah. So we don't put pressure on the middle class and the poor people in the society. Yeah. We protect them from this. Yeah. But the elites, let them pay. If you want to show that, you're the elite of Lagos and you don't want to buy brand new, all well and good, but you need to pay the levy, which will be used to develop our country.
Ideas. 1 minute to go. Insurance. How do there's an insurance penetration problem. No, it's across Africa, not just Nigeria, less than 1% or so here. When you sell a car, is there an insurance agent already there to sell it with when you're selling it, or how do we improve vehicle insurance penetration?
So I think in recent years, as a professional in the industry, it's really improved. most people, especially commercial vehicles, people who use their vehicles, even for real estate, they always insure their vehicles, and I think it has really improved.
Well, when you say commercial, you don't mean downfall buses, right? Because those guys,
no. But if you see, just show that Nigeria is really improving. If you see, step by step, they have been phased out, step by step. And I think with the new, because I think that they're going to launch some CNG buses soon. You know, I think 3,000, and we're working with it with the government. So I think when those buses come in, I think you'll see a lot more cost-effective and newer buses on roads all over Nigeria.
I just got a question in my head. Everybody's asking questions. CNG or electric, they're asking which is better. I mean, there's an environmental aspect, there's a cost aspect.
So it's a very tough, but there's no direct question to
you want to sell both.
So no. But I would say personally, at the moment, I like electric vehicles. It's smoother. The acceleration is faster. It's nicer for me personally. However, we are in Nigeria where we have some issues with infrastructure. So until we bridge that gap, I think we have to start doing CNG, because Nigeria is actually a gas giant. Right. With a drop of oil, we have enough gas. So we should actually use what we have. You know, then with time, develop what we want to be.
The West all climate activists just loved what you said about electric cars, so you'll probably be exporting Nord to America and the UK and so on. Oluwatoyin Ajayi, CEO, chair, founder of Nord Automobiles, thank you so much for joining us. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Global Business Report here on Arise News. More after the break. Red flags on investments. Stay tuned.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Continue talking about it really and sharing my story because it's real. It's real.
I remember when Black Panther came out and it felt like we were all unified and it was one, and I think the Headies being here just keeps that momentum going, and we're all a part of one culture, you know, that the African culture is.
The whole shorts thing is changing in Nigeria. I think there's a short scene that's growing. I think a lot of the younger filmmakers, particularly the Gen Z ones, are looking to do shorts, looking to sort of learn craft that way.
You really feel the love of cinema as a media. What better place to be with friends, by the beach, watching a classic movie in the south of France? I mean, you can't get any better.
Welcome back to the Global Business Report here on Rise News. More on Ion Tech. Xbox has a new president. Her name is Sarah Bond. She's formerly the company's corporate vice president. There she is, BA Economics EL, MBA Harvard, started a career at McKinsey, former VP at Xbox. Now she's president, sits on multiple boards, and she is the first black woman to run a major gaming segment at a large company. So this, of course, has been making news in the tech space. What else is going on in the tech space? Crowdivest, according to Tech Cabal, Crowdivest is proposing to convert $7.7 billion worth of debt to equity. As we know, of course, the company has been trying to settle some outstanding payments to some of its investors that invested in the company. Crowdivest, of course, parent of Farm Crowdy. They've been trying to sort that out. So I want to check out how viable that is. Who better than Ola Oladele, founder of the Money Wit Club, giving out personal finance advice there. Ola, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me today.
What do you make of this debt to equity conversion that Tech Cabal says Crowdivest is looking at, according to documents that they've seen?
So I think it's good from a company perspective. Equity is more sustainable, is longer term. It gives them stability to actually allow the business thrive. So generally, with a business that is shaky, equity is needed. With debt, you need capital, you need cash. You need to pay out, you have payouts over a period, right? Or regularly. But with equity, you know, you can leave the money to allow the business grow, stabilize, and then start paying out dividend. And then the fact is, with equity, if the business goes down, everybody, it's over, right? But with debt, you still have the obligation to pay people back.
What about from the investor side, those who have been waiting on their
Of course, for the
payments?
investor, I expected a 9 months payback,
Right.
and you are telling me to turn into equity, which is long term. Obviously, and with the current situation, obviously, equity will be long term. It can't be a 1 year, 2 year project. What it means is that potentially your return or your capital will come back to you after a longer period, if it does come back.
Yeah.
Because once you agree to convert from debt to equity, then the standard terms around equity apply, such that if they try and in 3 to 5 years' time they find out that it didn't work out, it's over.
Is this a reminder that the agri-tech online platform invests money, gets a rice that is being grown somewhere in another state, that this model is shaky, or was this a unique situation? What do you make of the whole online?
I want to believe that everybody knows that it's a very shaky sector, right? Agric in itself is viable, but agric is also very risky. Because agric is one of those things that ties directly with the economy and the society. By economy, I mean if people are not manufacturing, if people are not producing enough for the goods for the farm produce not to waste, agric is affected. And if, for example, you can't transport from one state to another, agric is affected. So it's one of those things that is highly correlated with the society and the environment, such that if you are guaranteeing return, it is actually very high risk, because you must deliver on that promise regardless of what happens.
Aha. Guaranteed returns. There is a video making the rounds on Twitter, I believe, from some Forex company that is offering, I think we've got the numbers. They're offering, if you invest 25 million, is it 26? Let's put those figures up. If you get 25 million, you get 40 back. If you invest 55 million, you should get about 80 million back or so. So that's the video that the person is talking about. I want us to put up the numbers and what they're talking about. So what do you make of this as far as scrutinizing red flags for investment? So it's 40 million, earned 40 million from 28 million invested. That's a 42.86% return. 80 million from 55, which is a 45% in 4 weeks. Ola, what if your Money Wit Club members come to you and say, what do you think?
This is close to armed robbery, like literally like armed robbery. So let me explain it, and I mean so that people can understand, and when they see these things, they can identify when it doesn't add up.
Yeah.
The fact is that FX trading is viable, full stop.
Right.
But I started my career as a trader. I can tell you for free that the nature of trading is that if you make money today, right, you can lose money tomorrow.
Right.
So the moment someone starts guaranteeing return on something like FX, know for a fact that the person either doesn't understand the risk or the person just wants to take your money.
Gotcha.
One of the two.
Gotcha. I think we have those red flags. You put up those red flags as well. So guaranteed return 1.
Guaranteed return.
Outside.
Then exorbitant return, because
Right.
I mean, that is worse than money doubling. In
Right.
4 weeks, we will all be billionaires. I mean, why are we all here? You know? So it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And why, if I could do that, why am I doing it for you?
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Hopefully we'll get those red flags up. But what's the investment advice that you have for folks who are looking into 2024 and beyond? Where are people putting money?
The first thing you need to do before you even start thinking of where to put money in is to calm down. Don't try to double your money. That's one of the worst things. It gets you off on the wrong track.
Yeah.
But when you agree and you calm down, the fact is that the Nigerian stock market, for example, has done very well this year.
Yeah.
If your stock selection is actually very good, you would be very, very happy right now on the capital gains side and on the dividend side of things. So the stock market is good. The bonds market, bonds are getting as high as 15, 17%. What are we looking for?
Right.
Treasury bills are 13, right? The real estate market is still growing. You know, and then even as much as we know that the venture capital space is highly risky, but there are actually a lot of companies that are bringing out good solutions that can actually give you some very good returns in the future. But the major thing, you need to calm down. That money doubling in 4 weeks is going to get you into trouble.
Into serious trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, really quickly before I let you go, women in tech, what do you make of Sarah Bond and her promotion to, I guess, the first black woman running a big gaming division over at Xbox?
I totally love it, because one of the things I realize, and I think we all agree in life, is that what you see is what you reproduce. So every time you see someone in a space and you see that I look like this person, I'm a black woman, I'm young, I've gone to school, blah, 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 and you see them entering those spaces, it gives room in people's minds to begin to enter into those spaces, right? So every time you see that, it's totally exciting. And of course, tech is one space where a lot more guys are in. So there's this
tech
thing,
bros.
tech bros,
Yeah.
you know? So we
Yeah.
need to build a massive community of Texas,
Right.
you know, to for more women. But I think things like this inspire other younger women to say, let me go for it.
Great stuff. Ola Oladele, founder of the Money Wit Club. Thank you so much for the personal finance advice today. Nobody should be greedy. Don't do money doubling, doesn't work. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. That's going to do it for the Global Business Report. Do stay tuned to Arise News from all of us. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for your company. I'm Rosu Sodiri. Newsday is next, so stay tuned.
Where is Glory? Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello! Where Glow now?
I dare hear. Glow don't go village. Tell all our customer abi.
Everybody pay attention. See, now Glow dedicated 10x. Now him I they take tension my customers. Now they dash me 10 times the credits when I load. Or even summer me double data join.
Yeah. Wait, so with 1.5 when they give on the boss, so you they enjoy up to
15,000 naira credit and data. And I say I never finish you. See, when I say if you enjoy, if you not join Glow dedicated 10x, when I go get 1,000 naira welcome credits. Finish. Glow, you don't win. Una see they here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Glow. Please save now Glow with they fine. Now Glow with they go. Okay, so
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Glow Berekete 10X. You also get 1,000 naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
What does endless possibilities mean to you? A shop in the perfect location, in the hottest part of town? You don't have to own a physical
Knowledge is power. Information is currency. Trust us to tell you what you need to hear. Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Breaking news, exclusive interviews, unrivaled analysis. It's you, the audience, who drives our agenda. We tell the stories that inform you, the stories that are important to you, and the stories that are about you. We are not every news channel. We are Arise News.
Hello and welcome to Arise News from wherever in the world you are joining us. I'm Vambai Mutiniri Epweyong. This is Newsday. For the next 4 hours, we'll be bringing you all of the day's stories live from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, including U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrives in Tel Aviv on his third visit to Israel since the war began. He's meeting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where he's set to push him to minimize harm to civilians in Gaza. The Israeli army says it's encircled Gaza City. Troops now control movement along the two main roads connecting north and south. Plus, Rwanda President Paul Kagame removes visa restrictions for Africans wishing to travel to the East African country. And here in Nigeria, a court orders the immediate release of a former Central Bank of Nigeria governor, Godwin Emefiele, who has been in custody since June. Details on this and more coming up in a moment. In our top story this hour, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has arrived in Israel for the third time since the war began. He's in Tel Aviv for talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The U.S. has pledged unwavering support for Israel. Now, the U.S. provides Israel with $3.8 billion a year in military aid, and his visit comes as tensions in the region could spill over into a wider conflict. In remarks before his Thursday departure from Washington, Mr. Blinken said he planned to talk to Israeli government officials about how to pursue their military and security goals while limiting civilian casualties in Gaza. He said the U.S. would continue to press to get humanitarian aid into the Palestinians and U.S. citizens out of the conflict zone. Mr. Blinken will also be traveling to Jordan. Now, staying on this, Israel says its army has completely encircled Gaza City and is engaged with face-to-face battles with Hamas fighters. At least 23 Israeli soldiers have been killed in battles since it launched its ground invasion last week. Israeli troops have moved in from 3 positions in the north and in the east. There's been heavy fighting northwest of Gaza City, and Israel says it's destroying Hamas's infrastructure in a dense built-up area. Israeli forces have also been seen on the main Salah al-Din road, which links north of the Strip to the south. 7 UN-mandated experts believe the Palestinian people in Gaza under Israeli siege and bombing are at grave risk of genocide. More than 9,000 Palestinians have been killed since Israel began bombing the Gaza Strip in response to Hamas's attacks on October 7th, which killed 1,400 Israelis. The group of special rapporteurs said the situation in Gaza had reached a catastrophic tipping point with a dire need of food, water, medicine, and other essentials. They said Israel and its allies must agree to an immediate ceasefire to halt what they call Israel's plans to decimate the besieged Gaza Strip. They also urged the release of all hostages taken by Hamas. Israel has responded by accusing them of repeating Hamas propaganda and accused Hamas of using civilians as human shields.
The hospital I just mentioned proactively about the issue regarding cancer patients because they had run out of fuel. I think this just only underscores a tragic humanitarian situation, the need for us to be allowed to get fuel in, and also the fact that you cannot, hospitals cannot be evacuated and moved. I mean, you have, whether it's people on dialysis, whether it's people in neonatal units, children in neonatal units, that just cannot happen. And it also yet another reminder of the fact that hospitals cannot be part of any combat.
Just a follow-up, sorry. Is there any way for out for those patients and make anything on
our
ground?
colleagues, WHO and our other colleagues are doing what they can on the ground, but we're very limited in what we're able to do, sadly.
Well, a spokesman for the UN chief said a determination of genocide by Israel could only be made by a relevant judicial body. Stefan Dujarric also welcomed the continued movement of people and humanitarian aid through the Rafah crossing, which opened on Wednesday following a Qatar-brokered deal. But he said the healthcare system in Gaza was on the verge of collapse.
The hospital I just mentioned proactively about the issue regarding cancer patients because they had run out of fuel. I think this just only underscores a tragic humanitarian situation. The need for us to be allowed to get fuel in, and also the fact that you cannot, hospitals cannot be evacuated and moved. I mean, you have, whether it's people on dialysis, whether it's people in neonatal units, children in neonatal units, that just cannot happen. And it also yet another reminder of the fact that hospitals cannot be part of any combat.
Just a follow-up, sorry. Is there any way for out for those patients and make anything on
our
ground?
colleagues, WHO and our other colleagues are doing what they can on the ground, but we're very limited in what we're able to do, sadly.
Well, staying on this ongoing crisis, thousands of Palestinians from Gaza who were working in Israel when the war started have been forced to return to the territory. Groups of people and vehicles entered Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing, a commercial goods junction with Israel in southern Gaza. A post from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office on X, formerly Twitter, said Israel is severing all contact with Gaza. There will be no more Palestinian workers from Gaza. Well, the Israeli military has raided the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank, killing 8 Palestinians. Since the October the 7th attack by Hamas, there have been almost daily raids by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank. More than 130 Palestinians have been killed in the last 3 weeks. The West Bank is run by the Palestinian Authority and is separate from the Hamas-run Gaza. In related developments, the leader of Lebanon's Hezbollah group, that's Hassan Nasrallah, is set to speak in the coming hours for the first time since the war broke out in Gaza. There are fears of a wider regional conflict after an escalation on the border between Israel and southern Lebanon. On Thursday, rockets fired from Lebanon landed in the Israeli town of Kiryat Shimona. The Hezbollah leader's speech is likely to indicate the group's next moves. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has promised a response of unimaginable magnitude if Hezbollah opens a second front in the conflict. The US, which reportedly urged Israel to not launch a large-scale attack on the group, has sent 2 aircraft carriers to the eastern Mediterranean to prevent the spread of the conflict.
I think you all heard the president address this earlier today, but thanks to his leadership.
But how concerning is it that there have been consistent engagement with Israeli forces?
Obviously, we're concerned about continued attacks on Israeli forces there in the north, as are the Israelis. But I don't believe we've seen any indication yet specifically that Hezbollah is ready to go in full force, so we'll see what he has to say. Glad to have the participation of all members of the partnership here for this summit.
Well, still in the U.S. response to this crisis, the U.S. House of Representatives has voted in favor of sending $14 billion of security aid to Israel. But the Republican-controlled chamber separated the funding from a wider bill linking it with assistance to Ukraine. That means the legislation is unlikely to pass in the Senate. The White House has already said it will veto it. Now let's take a look at some stories from across the globe. Former U.S. President Donald Trump's older sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, have testified in a fraud case aimed at their family business. In back-to-back appearances in a New York courtroom, they denied falsifying business records to inflate their value of their assets. Donald Jr. blamed accountants for preparing financial statements that were used to secure loans. Former President Donald Trump is due to testify on Monday.
Unfortunately, the Attorney General has brought forth a case that is purely a political persecution. For me, for example, before even having a day in court, I'm apparently guilty of fraud for relying on my accountants to do, wait for it, accounting. We don't have an equal system of justice in America these days, and I think we're seeing that play out. The good thing is it's so egregious, it's so ridiculous that I think actual, hardworking Americans trying to live their American dream are starting to realize it now. They're starting to realize that they're second-class citizens in their own country, and I think they'll act accordingly in the future.
Well, in more legal news, a jury in New York has convicted the disgraced cryptocurrency tycoon Sam Bankman-Fried on all 7 counts of fraud and money laundering. He'll be sentenced next March and faces up to 110 years in prison. For years, Sam Bankman-Fried touted his FTX crypto exchange as a safe and easy way to get into cryptocurrencies, enticing customers with a chance of making big returns in a realm many regarded with skepticism. Few made it bigger than him. Now, at one point, he amassed a fortune of $26 billion, but the business was all built on a lie. The verdict comes almost a year after FTX filed for bankruptcy, and it's one of the biggest financial frauds on record at $10 billion.
Okay, you got it, Sam. Sam, how are you going to plead this morning?
Come on, guys.
Today.
Now, a former police officer in the U.S. city of Memphis has pleaded guilty to charges related to the killing in January of the black motorist Tyre Nichols. Desmond Mills, one of 5 black officers facing prosecution, pleaded guilty to civil rights and conspiracy charges. The district attorney said Desmond Mills had agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. Now to the war in Ukraine, where Russia has carried out a massive drone attack across several parts of the country. Critical infrastructure in Ukraine's west and south were targeted, and commercial buildings were also hit in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. There's been no report of any casualties. Elsewhere in the world, an Australian woman suspected of poisoning and killing 3 people after serving them a lunch containing deadly mushrooms has appeared in court in Victoria State. Erin Patterson faces 3 counts of murder and 5 of attempted murder. She said she did not intentionally poison her former in-laws and 2 of their relatives. The case has been adjourned until next May. You're watching Newsday. We've got plenty more still ahead, including Rwanda allow Africans to travel visa-free to the country. Details on this in a moment. Do stay with us.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Hello, my name is Odumba Taiwo. I was once a hairstylist, but I wasn't having much passion in it because I was forced to do that. And the only person that understand my feeling was my church pastor, who introduced me into this training that's Afro Fidelity and helped me to apply for it. And it was just like a dream come true for me.
My name is Engineer Joy Obi, popularly known as Lady Benz Auto Mechanic, Nigeria's first female Mercedes-Benz specialist. I met Fidelity a year ago to partner with me, and partnering with Fidelity has been a very huge relief for me. There's a lot of people out there who actually want to acquire these skills, but they don't have the opportunity.
Platforms such as this provide the opportunity to drive the necessary conversations around promoting a world free of gender bias.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Continue talking about it really and sharing my story because it's real. It's real.
I remember when Black Panther came out and it felt like we were all unified and it was one, and I think the Headies being here just keeps that momentum going, and we're all a part of one culture, you know, that African culture.
The whole shorts thing is changing in Nigeria. I think there's a short scene that's growing. I think a lot of the younger filmmakers, particularly the Gen Z ones, are looking to do shorts, looking to sort of learn craft that way.
You really feel the love of cinema as a media. What better place to be with friends, by the beach, watching a classic movie in the south of France? I mean, you can't get any better.
All right, welcome back to Newsday. We now cross over live to Tel Aviv, where Anthony Blinken is about to engage in discussions with President Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. So, of course, we all know that the crisis struck Israel on the 7th of October when Hamas attacked the Gaza Strip. Now, in vision currently is the Israeli president. As we await to hear from Anthony Blinken. Of course, we do know that the United States has pledged its support, security support for Israel, which has also just been passed through the House of Representatives. And from the onset of the crisis, the U.S. has continually pledged support for Israel. So let's listen in to the message from Anthony Blinken.
We'll be back in Israel. These are difficult days, but we're here as we've been, as we will remain, in solidarity. We stand strongly for the proposition that Israel has not only the right but the obligation to defend itself and to do everything possible to make sure that this October 7th can never happen again. At the same time, as you just made clear, how Israel does this matters, and it is very important that when it comes to the protection of civilians who are caught in the crossfire Hamas is making, that everything be done to protect them and to bring assistance to those who so desperately need it. We're not in any way responsible for what happened on October 7th. So we're working on all of that together, but we have a shared determination, and that determination will not wane. We also are thinking every single moment of our hostages. So many Israelis, Americans, other nationals. Are determined to do everything that we can to bring them back safely, to bring them back to be with their families and loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a handshake? Yeah. Okay, we're going for a private meeting.
We've just heard from U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken as he met with the Israeli president, that's Isaac Herzog. Focus of his conversation, of his tone and rhetoric, of course, all about securing American hostages. All right, now let's take a look at African stories, and we lead with Rwanda, where the nation has announced Thursday that it will allow Africans to travel visa-free to the country, becoming the latest nation on the continent to announce such a measure aimed at boosting free movement of people and trade to rival Europe's Schengen zone. President Paul Kagame made the announcement in the Rwandan capital, that's Kigali, where he pitched the potential of Africa as a unified tourism destination for a continent that still relies on 60% of its tourists from outside Africa, according to data from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa.
Globally, the travel and tourism industry has recovered strongly, but the high cost of air travel to Africa and within Africa remains a barrier. Implementation of the single African air transport market is therefore an important priority. We also removed visa restrictions for citizens of every African country, as well as many other countries.
Now, in other news, officials of the eastern government of Libya on Thursday held a conference on rebuilding the areas affected by floods in September. Killing thousands in the city of Derna, the floods also damaged the ruins at the ancient Greek city of Cyrene in the mountains nearby. Local media reported that the eastern-based Libyan government said representatives from 26 countries were present, including China, the US, UK and Russia.
الشركات العالمية في هذا اليوم طبعا زي ما تشوف حضرتك اللي هو
The international companies that you see today are here to know about the problems that the scientific committee demonstrated, and hopefully soon, some of the companies will present proposed solutions based on the information that we gave. In God's will, some of the biggest companies, which got the best evaluations, will be chosen. We also tried to select companies from different regions we took from Europe, Asia, Arab countries, in a way that we have a diversity in decisions, ideas, projects, so in God's will, we deliver the best to our people in Derna and to those in the affected areas. I came today to the city of Derna. Of course, I am very sad about what I saw in the country. Many came, not just me. I hope that we will be able to achieve change and try to act in accordance to the slogan that the Libyan government announced, that Derna will rise again. We all hope that, and in God's will, with the help of the Libyan government, we will be able to achieve it. This will hopefully be in the near future, because the city is truly extremely beautiful and deserves to rise again.
Elsewhere on the continent, US officials are visiting South Africa this week to meet African trade ministers and will face calls to reauthorize the African Growth and Opportunity Act, that's AGOA, and those in the garment industry are worried about the uncertainty of its future if the program is not renewed. First launched in 2000, AGOA grants exports from qualifying African countries duty-free access to the United States, and that's the world's largest consumer market. It is due to expire in September of 2025, and discussions are currently underway for its possible renewal. Nora Nasimiu knows the future of Kenya's garment trade, which has employed her for 13 years and helped her put 6 children through school and university, lies in the hands of the US Congress. African apparel exports under the program reached nearly $1.4 billion last year, and that's double the amount pre-AGOA. Pankaj Bedi, who's the chairman of United Aryan Limited and Nasimiu's employer, said AGOA's duty-free access to the world's biggest consumer market is the reason his company, Kenya's largest garment producer, exists.
This job has played a very big role in my family. If I can just say, since I was employed here, my kids were still young, but up to now, I've educated them. The firstborn have just completed the university level last year, and others are in colleges, so it means a lot to me.
At present, I think 99% of our products are going to US only. We used to do fair amount of business with Europe, but now Pakistan, Vietnam and Bangladesh all became duty-free. Bangladesh was always there, but Pakistan and Vietnam came in place, so we are not that competitive. So our main focus remains as US market.
We are praying that they extend. If they extend, it is going to be a very big advantage to us. Kenyans.
Once AGOA is gone, all the buyers are gone, all the productions are gone. So similarly, if AGOA is not there, it would be not sustainable for us to survive here. So AGOA is supreme. So all 4 pillars of the business are based on AGOA only.
A scenario where American industry scales down means we go further deep into the challenge of not having the US dollars. And this being an economy where, we rely a lot on this export-import business, especially close to 80% we import from outside. And the imports are not in Kenya shillings. So it means US reduction of interest in our textiles makes it difficult for us to import whatever we normally import, be it foods, be it petroleum products. And if you go down the chain, you get that if we can import the petroleum oil products, then the cost of living that many Kenyans are talking about then goes up.
Now, the Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced that Russian companies have a significant interest in extracting mineral resources from Equatorial Guinea. Following discussions with Equatorial Guinean President Teodoro Obiang Nguema, both leaders agreed to strengthen bilateral relations. President Putin emphasized the vast potential for investment in mineral resource extraction, particularly in a country rich in gold, diamonds, uranium, and gas. President Nguema welcomed Russian companies' investment interest and expressed gratitude for Russia's reopening of its embassy in Equatorial Guinea.
Russian companies are seriously interested in working in Africa in general and in your country. Potential investment opportunities are large, and the capacities of your country for the improvement of these opportunities are also good, mostly in regard to the potential of minerals extraction.
When the Russian government promises to send its businessmen to help Africa develop, we can only say, let them come. Equatorial Guinea gladly accepts this proposal.
Elsewhere on the continent, King Charles and Queen Camilla on Thursday watched UK-trained Kenyan Marines stage a mock beach landing on the 3rd day of their official visit to the former British colony. After 2 days in the capital, Nairobi, Charles and Camilla travelled to the port city of Mombasa. That's the original capital of British East Africa. The training exercise, which saw the Marines mount the beach toward the royal entourage as red smoke grenades swirled overhead, was meant to highlight Britain's close defence cooperation with Kenya. King Charles's first visit to a former colony since ascending to the throne in September last year has been marked by questions about abuses during Britain's nearly 7 decades of rule there. King Charles III expressed his deepest regret at a state banquet for violence endured during Kenya's independence struggle, but some victims and their descendants said he fell well short of their demands for a full apology and reparations. During the 1952 to 1960 Mau Mau revolt in central Kenya, some 90,000 Kenyans were killed or maimed and 160,000 detained. That is an estimation by the Kenyan Human Rights Commission. All right, we're going to take a very quick breather. We'll see you shortly.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Calling all startups, investors, tech enthusiasts, the Africa Startup Festival, live at Landmark Events Center, November 11th, 2023. Meet new investors, build new partnerships, exhibit and grow your network. 5,000 plus participants, 200 plus participating investors, over 1,000 startups. Visit africastartupfestival.com to participate and get your early bird pass today.
To continue talking about it really and sharing my story because it's real. It's real.
I remember when Black Panther came out and it felt like we were all unified and it was the one, and I think the Headies being here just keeps that momentum going, and we're all a part of one culture, you know, that the African culture.
The whole shorts thing is changing in Nigeria. I think there's a short scene that's growing. I think a lot of the younger filmmakers, particularly the Gen Z ones, are looking to do shorts, looking to sort of learn craft that way.
You really feel the love of cinema as a media. What better place to be with friends, by the beach, watching a classic movie in the south of France. I mean, you can't get any better.
Welcome back to Newsday. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Now let's take a look at some local stories here in Nigeria, where an Abuja High Court has ordered the unconditional and immediate release of the immediate past governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, that's Godwin Emefiele. The court issued the order while ruling on Emefiele's ex parte application seeking his release from the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, as EFCC, pending the hearing and determination of his originating motion. Alternatively, Justice Owe Adeniyi ordered EFCC to produce him in court on Monday, November the 6th. The applicant named the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Attorney General of the Federation, the Executive Chairman of the EFCC, and the EFCC itself as respondents. In other news, the National Assembly has approved the supplementary budget of 2.1 trillion naira for the year 2023, as requested by President Bola Tinubu. The approval is, however, subject to harmonization, as the versions from the Senate and the House of Representatives differ on the 5 billion naira proposed for a presidential yacht. While the Senate approved its purchase, the House rejected it and wants the sum added to the budget for student loans. Arise News correspondent Omar Bazwaye has this report.
The Senate approved the supplementary budget of 2.1 trillion naira after it considered the report of a standing committee on appropriation. The chairman, Solomon Olamilekan, said his committee received input from the leadership of the relevant subcommittees and heads of benefiting ministries, departments, and agencies of government in scrutinizing the details of the budget. Senate subsequently adopted the report, returning it in perfect order to the president, including the controversial plans by President Bola Tinubu to spend big on presidential yacht and sports utility vehicles, SUVs, as well as other cars in the State House and Villa, including the office of the First Lady, an office that is not constitutionally recognized.
Fundamentally, the bill seeks to, among other things, 1, provide additional palliative measures, including the wage award for public servants, the enhanced cash transfer program, which is intended to benefit the most vulnerable members of the society, provide additional funds for critical defense expenditure urgently required for peace and security of lives and property, without which the government economic growth agenda cannot be achieved.
However, the situation is different in the House of Representatives, where lawmakers slightly adjusted the appropriation of the funds when they rejected the proposal to spend 5 billion naira on presidential yachts, but decided to add the money to a new student loan fund, increasing it from 5.5 billion naira to 10.5 billion naira.
As far as we are concerned, we don't have that percentage anymore. We have increased the student loan. If you can recall, student loan was 5 billion naira in the budget, but now we have increased it from 5 to 10 billion so that our students can be able to access that facility in order for them to go to school and to be affordable for them.
While the Senate and the House of Representatives will need to harmonize their position on the presidential yacht and student loan, they were pretty much on the same page on all other areas. A breakdown of the approved budget shows statutory transfer of 18 billion naira to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. A total of 1 trillion naira will serve as recurrent non-debt expenditure, out of which 346 billion is for the Ministry of Defense, 29.6 billion for police formation and command. Others are the Office of the National Security Advisor with 39.6 billion naira. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is allocated 103 billion naira, while 515 billion is earmarked as service-wide votes. The other half of the capital and expenditure framework is the capital component that gives 28 billion naira to the State House, 200 billion naira to the Ministry of Defense, Police Formation and Command 20.3 billion naira, Office of the National Security Advisor 10.3 billion naira, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security 97 billion naira, Federal Ministry of Works 300 billion naira, the Federal Capital Territory Administration 100 billion naira, and what the National Assembly referred to as capital supplementation of 220.5 billion naira. Omar Bazwai, Arise News.
Well, meanwhile, in response to concerns over the presidential yacht provision in the 2023 supplementary appropriation, the presidency says it is an operational naval boat with advanced security features and that it is not intended for the president's personal use. In a statement, the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, that's Bayo Onanuga, explained that the Navy ordered the boat during the previous administration and that President Tinubu's government only followed the continuum of government assets and obligations. We're now joined by Arise News analyst Dayo Shobuale to discuss the controversy over the inclusion of 5 billion naira for the procurement of a presidential yacht amid the fiscal crisis in the country. Good afternoon. Such a pleasure to have you as always.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, now let's get straight into it. 5 billion for a presidential yacht, which is not for the president's personal use. So what is your take on how this issue has grown legs?
It's as if it is now, given the explanation of government, it's as if it is a typographical error. But it is a very expensive, massive typographical error. And then, you know, Nigerians are a very active and very, very observant lot. A lot of dust has been raised over it, and quite rightly so. There's indignation that in the face of sacrifices being asked of people, because the fuel subsidy removal, it will seem as if those who lead us in terms of expenditure are getting profligate, literally. But you bet Nigerians will talk. There's a political saying that a nation of sheep will get a government of wolves. You bet Nigerians will not allow this government to be a government of wolves. That is what is happening. Let us look at the scenario. 5 billion naira in the last budget of the last administration. Of course, the same party. I bet it was not the same party, it would have been ejected. It won't reach the legislature. But it is the same party. They have to be cautious, condescending to their past leader. That's why it's there. But somebody in charge of budget must have been observant enough to see that labeling it presidential yacht, of course, will raise a lot of eyebrows, which is now done. And you bet, in spite of Bayo Onanuga's explanation, people are still smelling a rat. They are not convinced. But the only champion, that's in quote, here is the the House of Representatives. They took it out and passed it to the student loan amount, which is very good. But the Senate turned a blind eye. So the arithmetic of it, they have to work it out. What is important is that at the end of the day, the president does not sign it. Do you get me now? Because they have to approve the budget and then it will go back to the president. It should be ejected all together. When eventually we see the layout of the budget, that it is not there. You see, those who lead must lead by example. And these are austere times for Nigerians, but ostensibly not for their leaders. Something has to be done about that. You see, it's normal for people to criticize budgets. It's a normal thing. They will criticize the allocation for catering, allocation for vehicles, and all this, which are necessary government expenditure. But government too must be prudent, must be seen to be responsive to the mood of the nation, and must be seen to be cutting its clothes according to what it has on the ground. It cannot, at this point in time, when it is demanding understanding, patience from people, it must lead by example in terms of procurement, in terms of budget making. Yes.
Earlier you called it a typographical error, and that was an interesting point to me. I came across a write-up from Temitope Ajayi, who's a senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity. Yes. To summarize what he said, I must readily admit that the one reason our budgeting system has been a subject of attack is a very simplistic way some of the line items are described by civil servants who prepare the budget. So he went on to give an example of 2016, when the enterprise resource planning project of the Ministry of Solid Minerals, which was worth over 300 million naira, was captured on the budget as a website. Of course, everybody questions why 300 million naira website. So do you think we need to review how the budget is shared and communicated with the public? Because, like you said, there's a trust deficit that occurs because some people are not going to accept the explanation. Right. So what processes do you think need to be included in the sharing of the budget with the public?
Efficiency. Somebody prepared it. You are preparing a document, you proofread it, you take it to the experts and see. For a budget to get, this budget is from the presidency to the legislation. It's a proofreading exercise. Banks do the annual report. You get me now? You know what goes through it, so many departments. Somebody has to be called to order on that, unless somebody is playing a trick on people at the last minute, because presidential yacht, you bet people will talk about it. Of course, yeah. But this is not Saudi Arabia. Even in Saudi Arabia, they take care of their citizens. That's why people look the other way. So it is a production inefficiency, the way I see it. It's a production inefficiency, and it shows lack of diligence in the way people prepare budgets. Because you are talking of billions. You must read all over and over and see that the items are well spelled out and well put in their appropriate cost center. So inefficiency. And it is a very expensive one, as you can all see. And it has cast aspersion on the integrity of even the budget.
And besides doing that, another thing it's done is it's gotten, social media, it's gotten people very excited and worked up, because if you scroll through a platform like X, formerly Twitter now, people are rejoicing and saying, you see, when there's outrage on Twitter, the president is going to listen to us. My question is, how much importance do you think the presidency needs to place on the commentary that's happening and the outrage that's happening on social media concerning various decisions that are being made?
Bimbai, I don't want to comment on what is going on social media. We have a robust press. We have a robust public. And that's why I said what I said earlier. That you see, a nation of sheep will have a government of wolves. Nigerians are wolves. They will not even allow, they will turn that government into sheep. You get me? So Nigeria is a robust democracy. Even almost okay. The only way I will concede to social media is that they carry things to extreme. You get me now? You can imagine all what they will have written there, things unprintable that you cannot. So, in this era of misinformation, disinformation, and the effects of those on the quality of governance, I would not place much premium on social media. We have enough robust, ethical, conventional public criticism to hold our leaders accountable.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. But I know you're going to stay with us. However, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Arise news analyst Emmanuel Efeni joins us to review top stories in today's newspapers. Please stay with us.
I started Service Foods Products in 2018. I gave birth, and when I was weaning my child, she wouldn't eat most of the commercial foods readily available, and she was losing weight and getting sick almost all the time. So I had a discussion with her pedis, and together she asked me to combine some cereals and legumes and do homemade cereals for my child. I did the formulation, gave it to her. She enjoyed it, she gained weight, and that has been the success story. So I decided to commercialize it. So that's how come Service Foods came into existence. My experience during the Access Bank Womenpreneur Pitchathon program was very impactful. We were introduced to a comprehensive curriculum that covered very relevant topics for entrepreneurs. All these trainings has helped to build the brand. I've been able to reach out to a wider section of my target population, and my sales has also increased over 300%. I must confess, the Access Bank Womenpreneur Pitchathon training has been very good. I encourage every woman in Africa to take advantage of Access Bank Womenpreneur Pitchathon program, and your business will not be the same.
What does endless possibilities mean to you? A shop in the perfect location, in the hottest part of town? You don't have to own.
Welcome back to Newsday. Now joining us to review some of the headlines of today's newspapers from all around the world are Rise News analyst Emmanuel Efeni and Dayo Shobowale. Mr. Emmanuel Efeni.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Remember,
good afternoon.
Lonely at the top.
Very lonely at the top, but somebody's got to do it.
Good afternoon, Dayo. Yes, we'll start the review with These Days, Nigeria's newspaper of record. We'll start with the lead story. No, we'll start with the window story above the masthead. In compliance with PIA, NNPC agrees to supply Dangote Refinery 6 million barrels in December. Yes, the NNPCL will be making available to the Dangote Refinery 6 million barrels of crude oil, to test run the Dangote Refinery, and I believe products will start flowing from there. Of course,
it should be priority.
Yes, it should.
Yes. The situation we are in now.
Yes. Of course, this is attributed to knowledgeable sources from the government, NNPC side, and as well as the Dangote Group, and being quoted by the Reuters. Now, of course, there have been concerns about the capacity of crude oil producers to meet the needs of Dangote refineries and other modular refineries that have been licensed and commissioned but are waiting for crude.
But they have enough to send overseas. It's about that. Government must put its foot down.
Yes.
And make sure Dangote is supplied.
Yes.
Please.
Of course, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulation Commission raised this alarm, calling producers, giving them that matching order, if you will, that they have to meet the needs of these local refineries. But it would have been a laughable situation if Nigeria cannot also meet the needs of local refineries, private-owned refineries that are ready to refine products. So we just hope this will come to pass because, according to the report, a deal is already in place. 200,000 barrels will be given in the first instance as part of a one-year deal.
And we need to be exporting refined
correct
products.
That is adding,
not
adding value.
I tell you, man.
Yes.
Not exporting crude
only to import finished products. Yes, but
there must be some sabotage in house.
Yes, there's a mutual agreement in place. Of course, the agreement is subject to availability. Yes, recall that we're expecting that NNPC will have ended its crude swap by the end of August, and from September, the Dangote refineries ought to have been receiving crude. But here we are.
But now it's December now.
And now there is a promise that by December they will get crude. So we just hope
December is next door.
This is for real. Yes. Because anything else, I think it will be
sabotage.
It will be shameful for us as a nation, not just sabotage. It will be shameful to us as a nation.
That's why the refineries have not been working ever since. That's part of
the Dangote refinery, not producing product yet because they are waiting.
I say that is part of why our refineries default. Maybe we have refineries on the ground which have never worked.
No, that is not because of non-availability of crude.
Bad, poor management.
Correct.
That is what is starting now.
Okay.
What you see at the analogy?
Okay. Now, let's look at the lead story. Senate passes 2.17 trillion 2023 supplementary budget. House cancels presidential yacht from fiscal document. Raises students' loan to 10 billion naira. Federal government presidential yacht listed in budget is operational naval boat. Yes, the supplementary budget passed, but the sticking thumb seemed to be this yacht. 5 billion for presidential yacht as it was captured. But whether it is typographical or...
I've just discussed that.
Yes, I know. But even if it's for the Navy, is it a luxury vessel the Navy needs now or a combat vessel? Well,
that's a poor signal.
But because of the difference, because the Senate passed everything, including the yacht, while the House of Representatives had to remove that, put the 5 billion naira, added it to the students' loan provision. So it means there has to be some reconciliation before the president can sign. I hope that will happen quickly because we have just 2 months to the end of the year. We're talking about a supplementary budget. But where is the money going to come from? That question has not been answered clearly. I'm sure there will be some clarification as to where this money is coming from.
Well, you have to give it to them for being resourceful. You know, as we're seeing the change in the exchange rate at the moment.
We have revenue.
Yes. We always assume we have revenue.
In fact, we see we have a wild economy. Someone once said that we don't even know all the sources of revenue. Do you get me? So we have revenue, it's management, and profligacy, the tendency to be extravagant.
Yeah, somebody
spending more than you earn.
Somebody once said that our problem is not revenue. But we have a spending problem. How are we spending what we have? Well, let's just move on to other newspapers. Of course, the Punch newspaper has that story as its lead also. But the story below the photograph, one of the stories there, Navy bust crude theft in Lagos, vandalized pipeline. The number of people who are ready to sabotage the nation. But the Navy busting that racket there of people who bust pipeline to steal crude or finished products. Now, the Daily Independent newspaper, yes, the lead story, kudos trail reps, scrapping of controversial 5 billion naira presidential yacht. But the story above the masthead, brain drain assumes crisis dimension as 7,000 health workers move abroad. Doctors, nurses, dentists, lab technicians. They are
for greener pastures.
Yes, and of course there was this meeting of health commissioners, former governor of Ekiti State, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, profiling a solution though not particularly earth-shaking, that the government of the various states should introduce what they call National Health Service Scheme, so that those doctors that have been trained through government scholarship or government subsidy, whatever you call it, can serve for a period of time before they can leave the country. Well, will that stop anything really? Because as soon as you come to the end of that duration, if it is a policy, they will just jackpot.
And that's the point you need the most once they've got the experience.
Yes.
You don't need them as much before they have that experience.
Yes, but the even sad part is that even Sierra Leone and Gambia, they are taking our doctors now. So which means there is something we are not doing right. If Sierra Leone and Gambia can attract our doctors, then we have a problem. Yes.
It's
now,
normal for people to seek greener pasture.
Yes, but you can have green pastures here and they will stay here. So you don't have green pastures,
mass exodus,
they go out.
concerning.
Yes, this is hemorrhaging of the health sector. Now, the Vanguard newspaper, we just look at the story. Yes, the list story there. Electricity policy flip-flop threatens $155 million smart meter project. Bid requires high turnover, cash flow orders in dollars. Indigenous manufacturers kick petition federal government. Now, can you imagine? We want to spend this amount for smart meters, and we want to import everything. Local manufacturers are saying we can produce these meters here, and you see the pressure on the FX market. If you want to produce meters, then it's not rocket science. Nigerian companies that can produce this, they are here. Let them produce it. And I think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should intervene in this matter. Produce the meters here. If $155 million equivalent is utilized in the economy here, you can imagine the impact. Instead of importing meters, something as basic as meters. Yes.
There is a new Electricity Act on the ground, which this president has just signed. People are still behaving as if it is the old order. You get me? Let them follow that act. Let the Minister of Power follow that act. I've always been saying that. Yes.
That's right.
It's not business as usual.
It's certainly not business as usual, but it's always a pleasure having these conversations and this analysis with you, gentlemen. Mr. Dayo Shobwala, Mr. Emmanuel Afeni, have a fantastic weekend. All right. You're watching Newsday. Plenty more still ahead, including the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrives in Tel Aviv on his third visit to Israel since the war began. Do stay with us.
Life is a collection of moments.
This was so much fun for me.
Moments so precious, they give us memories that last forever.
How can we forget? First graduating student of the year 2019.
We did it! Of course. You'll be there.
We believe in celebrating all of life's special moments.
I do.
Because we are your spark in every milestone. Saint Laurent.
Excellence doesn't happen overnight. Add 21st century innovation, and now there is no limit. At the United Bank for Africa, we are committed to delivering the best for you. We have deep roots in Africa. Across our continent, we drive financial inclusion, trade and entrepreneurship. We operate in the United Kingdom and in France. We are the only African bank with a national banking license in the USA. We understand the importance of the Gulf as a hub for global trade.
Hey Leo, split the bill into 4, please.
UBA is built on our cutting-edge technological infrastructure that guarantees not just to take Africa's talent and perspective to the world, but to bring the entire world back home. Because the one thing you can trust is we will always be there for you. UBA, Africa's global bank.
We want to continue talking about it really and sharing my story because it's real. It's real.
I remember when Black Panther came out and it felt like we were all unified and it was the one, and I think the Headies being here just keeps that momentum going, and we're all a part of one culture, you know, that the African culture.
The whole shorts thing is changing in Nigeria. I think there's a short scene that's growing. I think a lot of the younger filmmakers, particularly the Gen Z ones, are looking to do shorts, looking to sort of learn craft that way.
You really feel the love of cinema as a media. What better place to be with friends, by the beach, watching a classic movie in the south of France. I mean, you can't get any better.
Hello and welcome to Arise News from wherever in the world you're joining us. I'm Vambai Mutiniri-Epweyong and this is Newsday. For the next 3 hours, we'll be bringing you all of the day's stories live from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, including U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrives in Tel Aviv on his third visit to Israel since the war began. He's meeting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where he's set to push him to minimize harm to civilians in Gaza. The Israeli army says it's encircled Gaza City. Troops now control movement along the two main roads connecting north and south. Plus, Rwanda President Paul Kagame removes visa restrictions for Africans wishing to travel to the East African country. And here in Nigeria, a court orders the immediate release of a former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele, who has been in custody since June. Details on this and more coming up in a moment. In our top story this hour, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has arrived in Israel for the third time since the war began. He's in Tel Aviv for talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, the U.S. has pledged unwavering support for Israel, and the U.S. provides Israel with $3.8 billion a year in military aid. Now, his visit comes as tensions in the region could spill over into a wider conflict. In remarks before his Thursday departure from Washington, Mr. Blinken said he planned to talk to the Israeli government officials about how to pursue their military and security goals while limiting civilian casualties in Gaza. He said the U.S. would continue to press to get humanitarian aid into the Palestinians and the U.S. citizens out of the conflict zone. Mr. Blinken will also be traveling to Jordan. Now, Israel says its army has completely encircled Gaza City and is engaged with face-to-face battles with Hamas fighters. At least 23 Israeli soldiers have been killed in battle since it launched its ground invasion last week. Israeli troops have moved in from 3 positions in the north and in the east. There's been heavy fighting northwest of Gaza City. Israel says it's destroying Hamas's infrastructure in a dense built-up area. Israeli forces have also been seen on the main Salah al-Din road, which links north of the Strip to the south. We continue on the crisis as 7 UN-mandated experts believe that the Palestinian people in Gaza under Israeli siege and bombing are at grave risk of genocide. More than 9,000 Palestinians have been killed since Israel began bombing the Gaza Strip in response to Hamas attacks on October 7th, which killed 1,400 Israelis. The group of special rapporteurs said the situation in Gaza had reached a catastrophic tipping point with a dire need of food, water, medicine, and other essentials. They said Israel and its allies must agree to an immediate ceasefire to halt what they call Israel's plans to decimate the besieged Gaza Strip. They also urged the release of all hostages taken by Hamas. Israel has responded by accusing them of repeating Hamas propaganda and accused Hamas of using civilians as human shields.
The hospital I just mentioned proactively about the issue regarding cancer patients because they had run out of fuel. I think this just only underscores a tragic humanitarian situation, the need for us to be allowed to get fuel in, and also the fact that you cannot, hospitals cannot be evacuated and moved. I mean, you have, whether it's people on dialysis, whether it's people in neonatal units, children in neonatal units. That just cannot happen. And it also yet another reminder of the fact that hospitals cannot be part of any combat.
Just a follow-up, sorry. Is there any way for out for those patients and make anything on
our
ground?
colleagues, WHO and our other colleagues are doing what they can on the ground, but we're very limited in what we're able to do, sadly.
Well, staying on this, a spokesman for the UN chief said a determination of genocide by Israel could only be made by a relevant judicial body. Stefan Dujarric, who also welcomed the continued movement of people and humanitarian aid through the Rafah crossing, which opened on Wednesday following a Qatar-brokered deal. But he said the healthcare system in Gaza was on the verge of collapse.
The hospital I just mentioned proactively about the issue regarding cancer patients because they had run out of fuel. I think this just only underscores a tragic humanitarian situation, the need for us to be allowed to get fuel in, and also the fact that you cannot, hospitals cannot be evacuated and moved. I mean, you have whether it's...
All right, now thousands of Palestinians from Gaza who were working in Israel when the war started have been forced to return to the territory. Groups of people and vehicles entered Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing, a commercial goods junction with Israel in southern Gaza. A post from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office on X, formerly Twitter, said Israel is severing all contact with Gaza. There will be no more Palestinian workers from Gaza. Well, in related news, the Israeli military has raided the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank, killing 8 Palestinians. Since the October the 7th attack by Hamas, there have been almost daily raids by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank. More than 130 Palestinians have been killed in the last 3 weeks. The West Bank is run by the Palestinian Authority and is separate from the Hamas-run Gaza. In the region, the leader of Lebanon's Hezbollah group, Hassan Nasrallah, is set to speak in the coming hours for the first time since the war broke out in Gaza. There are fears of a wider regional conflict after an escalation on the border between Israel and southern Lebanon. On Thursday, rockets fired from Lebanon landed in the Israeli town of Kiryat Shimona. The Hezbollah leader's speech is likely to indicate the group's next moves. The Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has promised a response of unimaginable magnitude if Hezbollah opens a second front in the conflict. The US, which reportedly urged Israel to not launch a large-scale attack on the group, has sent 2 aircraft carriers to the eastern Mediterranean to prevent the spread of the conflict.
I think you all heard the president address this earlier today, but thanks to his leadership.
But how concerning is it that there have been consistent engagement with Israeli forces?
Obviously, we're concerned about continued attacks on Israeli forces there in the north, as are the Israelis. But I don't believe we've seen any indication yet specifically that Hezbollah is ready to go in full force, so we'll see what he has to say. Glad to have the participation of all members of the partnership here for this summit.
So we will be crossing over to Arise special correspondent Carl Bostic, who's live in Tel Aviv a little bit later in the program, so make sure you stay tuned for that. However, in more U.S. reactions to the current crisis, the U.S. House of Representatives has voted in favor of sending $14 billion of security aid to Israel. But the Republican-controlled chamber separated the funding from a wider bill linking it with assistance to Ukraine. That means the legislation is unlikely to pass in the Senate. The White House has already said that it will veto it. Now to other news. Former U.S. President Donald Trump's older sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, have testified in a fraud case aimed at their family business. In back-to-back appearances in a New York courtroom, they denied falsifying business records to inflate their value of their assets. Donald Jr. blamed accountants for preparing financial statements that were used to secure loans. Now, former President Donald Trump is due to testify on Monday.
The Attorney General has brought forth a case that is purely a political persecution. For me, for example, before even having a day in court, I'm apparently guilty of fraud for relying on my accountants to do, wait for it, accounting. We don't have an equal system of justice in America these days, and I think we're seeing that play out. The good thing is it's so egregious it's so ridiculous that I think actual, hardworking Americans trying to live their American dream are starting to realize it now. They're starting to realize that they're second-class citizens in their own country, and I think they'll act accordingly in the future.
Staying with legal news, a jury in New York has convicted the disgraced cryptocurrency tycoon, that's Sam Bankman-Fried, on all 7 counts of fraud and money laundering. He'll be sentenced next March and faces up to 110 years in prison. For years, Sam Bankman-Fried touted his FTX crypto exchange as the safe and easy way to get into cryptocurrencies, enticing customers with the chance of making big returns in a realm many regarded with skepticism. Well, few made it bigger than him. At one point, he amassed a fortune of $26 billion. However, the business was all built on a lie. The verdict comes almost a year after FTX filed for bankruptcy, and it's one of the biggest financial frauds on record at $10 billion. Right now, in other news, a former police officer in the U.S. city of Memphis has pleaded guilty to charges related to the killing in January of the black motorist Tyre Nichols. Desmond Mills, one of 5 black officers facing prosecution, pleaded guilty to civil rights and conspiracy charges. The district attorney said Desmond Mills had agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. Let's turn our attention now to the war in Ukraine, where Russia has carried out a massive drone attack across several parts of the country. Critical infrastructure in Ukraine's west and south were targeted. Commercial buildings were also hit in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. There have been no reports of casualties. Elsewhere on the globe, an Australian woman suspected of poisoning and killing 3 people after serving them a lunch containing deadly mushrooms has appeared in court in Victoria State. Erin Patterson faces 3 counts of murder and 5 of attempted murder. She said she did not intentionally poison her former in-laws and 2 of their relatives. The case has been adjourned until next May. All right, we're going to take a very short breather. When we return, plenty more coming up right here on Newsday.
Imagine your wallet can be everything. Well, almost everything your bank is to you. That's exactly what First Money Wallet is. First Money Wallet from First Bank is another swift and seamless way to bank from your mobile phone. It doesn't matter if you have a First Bank account or not, nor the mobile network you use. Everyone can open a First Money Wallet, and it's very easy. Your phone number is your account number. With First Money Wallet, you can send money using just a phone number, receive money, pay bills, buy airtime and data for yourself or someone else, and check balance. You don't need a bank account at all or BVN to enjoy the boundless possibilities First Money Wallet offers. All you need is a registered phone number, and you can fund your wallet easily through your First Bank account or any bank account and debit card. What's more, First Money Wallet is highly secure with fingerprint technology and PIN. And when you need cash, just walk up to any First Money agent near you to withdraw money. No smartphone, no wahala. Just dial *894*1# on any phone. So, it doesn't matter if you live in the city or the remotest part of the country. With First Money Wallet, your transactions are easy, seamless, and secure. Download the First Money Wallet app now. Input your phone number and follow the prompts, or simply dial *894*1#. All money now on First Money. You first. First Bank.
Take it from me, the mind-blowing way to do things is the Glow LTE advanced way. When you stream, it's like you're in the drama itself. When you make calls, you reach where others can't. Coffee! Doing business is like running Wall Street from your street. And when you play,
I did beat you guy. We'll see about that.
It's like traveling the world without moving an inch.
Is that Toby in your room?
You can download in the blink of an eye in 4K.
Go.
And when you go for your dreams, it's like running with the strength of 3 nations behind you.
Glow LTE Advanced, the power of 3 data networks in one. Get a Glow SIM or dial *301#.
Knowledge is power. Information is currency. Trust us to tell you what you need to hear. Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Breaking news, exclusive interviews, unrivaled analysis. It's you, the audience, who drives our agenda. We tell the stories that inform you, the stories that are important to you, and the stories that are about you. We are not every news channel. We are Arise News.
Welcome back to Newsday. We cross now to Abuja, where the leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress is addressing the media.
Of a press conference addressed by the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress of TUC of the abduction of the President of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, Comrade Joe Ajero, and others by the Imo State Governor, Usodima, and the Nigeria Police in Owerri, Imo State, on the 3rd of November 2023. Gentlemen of the press, on Wednesday, the from the NSC State Council Secretariat in Owerri, while waiting for his colleagues to join him for a peaceful protest rally. They came in a convoy of vehicles and gun trucks, hooded and armed to the teeth. Comrade Joe Ajero was blindfolded, beaten to a pulp, brutalized, humiliated and violated by the police personnel and taken to unknown destination, where he was subjected to more battering and torture, as well as threatening with death before help came in his way. Feared the National Security Advisor, Mr. Nuru Ribadu, who ordered for his immediate release. However, due to the severity of his injuries, the police are taking him to the police headquarters, where we made contact with him at 3:30 p.m. At the time of our first contact with Comrade Joe Ajero, his right eye was popped, black and short. One of his ears has tiny traces of dry blood. His speech was blurred and incoherent. He had words of all over him. He did not recognize the people around him, and he could not walk without being what? Aided or supported. Invariably, he had to be taken to Federal Medical Center, Owerri, in Imo State, for further investigation. At Federal Medical Center, Comrade Ajero, after he was stabilized, was referred to investigation, a head and brain scan, a full body scan, chest X-ray, a full body scan, and cervical spine therapy, among others investigations, and promptly fitted with a net collar. Ladies and gentlemen, Comrade Ajero was not the only one beaten and arrested by the police, but he was the major target. Thus received the most bestial and repressive treatment. He was stripped of his dignity as a human being and as a president of this Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC. He was also stripped of his personal items, including the phones, money, and other electronic gadgets. His vehicle was smashed and tires ripped off. Others who were also with him were all beaten by the police, included workers. The TVC crew, who were arrested and detained, they had their cameras seized for filming and being in possession of evidence the police would not want the whole world to see. The Arise TV crew narrowly escaped being brutalized. Earlier on, hoodlums sent by the state governor have stationed themselves around the streets, including the secretariat, where were beaten up workers who had reported at the secretariat and dispensing them of their personal items, including money and phones and laptops. We are worried that it has come criminal for workers in Nigeria to gather for a peaceful protest when Section 40 of the Nigeria Constitution and the international convention like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the African Chapter on Human and People's Rights, including ILO Convention 87 and 98, guarantees the right to freedom of association and the right to bargaining collectively. It is more absurd that these infractions will even happen at all and still continue to happen, especially when Nigeria sits as the chairman of the governing board of the ILO. Accordingly, about deteriorating health condition of Comrade Joe Ajaero, our leader, outraged by the bestial treatment meted on him, to workers including Ajaero and journalists by the police and in Imo State government. Stunned by this complicity of a federal agency such as Nigeria Police, irritated by the defense of the Imo State Police Command that only took Comrade Joe Ajaero into protective custody from where he emerged, battered, consumed, puffed, hide, debilitated, and condemned. That is the police. Worried by this conspicuous silence of the federal government and the aloofness of the various security agencies who were formally notified of our presence in Imo State but removed to take steps to offer protections. So I would like my colleagues, our leader from the TUC, to take over from the other pages of this press briefing.
Thank you. The Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress of Nigeria resolve as follows. 1. The Commissioner of Police, Imo State Command, CP Ahmed Bade, should not only be investigated and redeployed out of Imo State for his serious complicitious and unprofessional behavior and conduct immediately. 2. The area command of the Nigerian Police Force and all other officers and men in Owerri, through whom the police commissioner supervised the brutalization and humiliation of Comrade Ajaero and other workers, be relieved of his office and stripped of its commission. 3. Mr. Nwaneri Chinesa, advisor on special duty, who supervised the terror on workers and partial brutality meted to the corporate president, Comrade Joe Ajaero, be arrested immediately and prosecuted for his crime against workers and the president. 4. We demand an immediate, independent, and unbiased, thorough professional medical examination of Comrade Ajaero in light of his physical and psychological injuries inflicted upon him. 5. Other workers and journalists subjected to his inhuman treatment by the police and the Hope Uzodinma's group be treated by the states and all the properties lost be restored immediately. All outstanding industrial relations issues, as preciously agreed in the Imo State government, be implemented immediately. We further resolve that in the events the government fail to comply with any or all the conditions above stated, NLC, TUC, and Their affiliates will no longer guarantee industrial peace and harmony in Nigeria beginning Wednesday, 8th of November 2023, while a joint National Executive Council NEC meeting of the two labor centers will meet to decide the next course of action. We find it appropriate to let Nigerians know the sequence of events that leads to our going to Imo State for peaceful protest, but which was aborted by police and hoodlum recruited by the state governor. This has become necessary so they do not fall victim to government's propaganda or police disinformation and misinformation. We had police fictions that we disobey court order, but we want to know which court order. Our lawyer was in court last week and the matter was adjourned till today. Let us assume there was a court order. When was it granted? And where was it granted? How was the order obtained? And on whom was it served? And when? Comrade, let us assume there was a court order. Now, back to the sequence of events that leads to our going to Owerri. 1. Government repeatedly observed in breach agreement it voluntarily reached with labor, among which was the January 9th, 2021, about 2 years ago. 2. Non-payment of salaries and pension for upward of 22 months, in some instances, 42 months. 3. Declaration of 11,000 hard workers as ghost workers. And the diversion of their salaries and emolument to other uses. 4. Serial vandalization of Congress Secretariat for no just cause, as you have seen. 5. Non-implementation of national minimum wage law, causing this distortion and pains among working class in the state. 6. Implementation of discriminatory pay policy and practice which depends poverty. 7. The backlog of gratuity arrears stretching to 8 years. 8. Government continued harassment, intimidation of workers or their executive. 9. Non-remittance of check-off dues or misappropriation of check-off dues by government. 10. Frequent interference by government in internal matter of trade unions to the point government wants to decide who occupies which posts. 11. Systemic intimidation of trade unions and trade union leaders, dismantling of trade union structure, regular bullying and beating of workers and denying them access to the fruits of their hard labor. Gentlemen of the press, what they are accustomed to is the butcher of solution which we are better off without. Let us not pretend that we have democracy in Imo State. I thank you, comrade, for this opportunity.
There is victory for us. Victory. There is victory for us. In the struggle. In the struggle for our God. There is victory for us. Forward. Forward ever. Backward never. In the struggle for our members.
All right, Joy, we have just heard from the NLC and the TUC. NLC Deputy President Adeyanju Adewale giving a narration of the ordeal that the president of the NLC, Joe Ajero, faced recently in Imo State. Explained that he was blindfolded, tortured and threatened with death, according to his account of events, and also gave a detailed description of his injuries, which included puffed eye, dry blood in one of his ears, in a move that they call being stripped of human dignity. So they use this opportunity to express their position and to condemn the stripping of human dignity, in their words, of the NLC president, that's Joe Ajero. You're watching Newsday. We've got plenty more still ahead. Do stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Surprisingly, what we eat can have a significant effect on others. Now I know what you're thinking. How can what I eat possibly affect others? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation, particularly in regions like the Amazon rainforest. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
There's nothing better than the roar of your fans. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left in the wild, they could be extinct in the next few years. From loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. Please say no to illegal bushmeat, and let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria. Poaching steals from us all.
Welcome back to Newsday. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, on the 26th of October 2023, the Nigeria Supreme Court confirmed President Bola Tinubu as the winner of February's presidential election, dismissing challenges brought by his political opposition, who cited flaws in the voting system and said Tinubu lacked qualifications. Well, the court said the challenges were devoid of merit, and the ruling follows a decision in which two other candidates saw their petitions rejected by an appeals court last month, clearing the way for Tinubu's presidency. The candidates who appealed the election results, that's Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, or PDP, and Peter Obi of the Labour Party, came in second and third in the February vote. Some stakeholders say the period for politicking is over and now is the time for governance. Well, some others disagree. So how do we move forward after the electioneering and the Supreme Court judgment? Well, let's bring in the Assistant Director, Media and Publicity of the now defunct Presidential Campaign Council of the All Progressives Congress, that's Biodun Ajiboye, for a discussion on this. Good afternoon. It's great to have you on the program.
Good afternoon, my sister. Nice to be here.
Great. Let's start from the very top. Where do we begin? How do we begin to consolidate all that has happened and move from the era of campaigns, politicking, electioneering into governance and focus on Project Nigeria?
Fantastic. That is the point at which we have gotten now. We need to start to talk about how to run Nigeria, how to move Nigeria forward. Every patriotic citizen of Nigeria today should put his effort on the table for us to build a country of our pride, a country of our dream. There is nothing anybody can achieve anymore with litigation, challenges, or otherwise. We have got to the tail, to the tip to the end of it all. We've come through petitions, through challenging electoral processes, all of that. The Supreme Court had given the final judgment, and it remains so. Anybody you see that is still talking about electioneering now or election malpractice now is just a troublemaker. Today, our country is bleeding. Any right-thinking Nigerian should appreciate that there is nothing anybody can achieve until this administration terminates in 2027. Facts. Therefore, we have a country to build. This administration of Bola Tinubu has a country to run. We must admit, we must accept, we must come together in the spirit of patriotism to build a country of our pride. And that is not any debatable issue at this point in time. Our country is bleeding. It's painful. Let us see, those of us who are supporting Asiwaju, who were, call it, if you like, his aides, we didn't get into supporting Asiwaju because we liked his face. We got into supporting him because we know him and we know what he can deliver. But he has to be given the right environment to deliver. Distractions here and there will not help Nigeria. Hounding Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of Nigeria today, is equal to hounding Nigeria. We need to come to a point where we respect our nation. We need to begin to respect our nationality. A president is sitting. Let us accord him the respect he deserves. Let us move Nigeria forward. Bickering, complaining, fight will not solve any problem.
Now, we all know that a vibrant opposition, of course, is a very critical part of a healthy democracy. So what room are we creating for a vibrant opposition who are able to voice dissent to the government of the day?
Opposition is not bestowed on anybody. Opposition is a natural responsibility of election losers. Once you are a formidable party and you lost an election, you automatically become an opposition party. And you should perform your responsibilities without rocking the boat. You are not supposed to be a nuisance, you are supposed to be opposition. Opposition means looking at policy structure and looking at what you think is not good for Nigeria and voicing it out. Decent opposition is what can move Nigeria forward. And you cannot expect to be in opposition and not know what to do. PDP is the opposition party, although, maybe Labour, I don't know, but they should be. Opposition is healthy for democracy. I support opposition. I have no problem with opposition, but I do not respect any act that seem to disrespect the person, the office of the president of Nigeria. It is treasonable. It's wrong, extremely wrong. We need to appreciate that we have a country to run. The problems of our country are enormous. If anybody doesn't understand that, then that fellow is an enemy of Nigeria. The problems of our country are very, very enormous. Nigeria is hanging on one foot now, one leg, as a matter of fact. If we are not careful and Nigeria collapses, it collapses on everybody. So we have a responsibility to salvage this country. That is at the point that we are now.
Now, let's talk about the responsibility of salvaging Nigeria. At the ministerial, they just concluded, or it's concluding shortly, the ministerial retreat. The president had stated that I admit, and this is a quote, I admit and accept the asset and liability of my predecessor. It's part of the definition in my professional background. Of course, we've also heard on several occasions the president believes that government is a continuum. Now, how do we move forward from a place where we know that the country is struggling, hanging on one leg, as you put it? How do we move forward if we're hanging on to the liabilities and we are committing to the continuum of a period in time that got us to the hole that we're currently in?
When we were campaigning and people started to compare Bola Ahmed Tinubu with Muhammadu Buhari, I made it very clear that they are both of the same party, but they are different individuals, different leadership qualities, different training, and different aspirations. Asiwaju, from his disposition, you can see his style of leadership. A leader that takes responsibility is a highly, highly hopeful leader. And to say that he acquires the asset and liability of his predecessor simply makes a lot of sense. Under what circumstance are we going to continue? Is the government supposed to continue to complain? If they complain from now till kingdom come, does it change anything? The better, the earlier they accept the liability, responsibility of the old government, the better. What is important today for us in this country is how to ameliorate the defects that have followed Nigeria from time. Nigeria has got so many defects that have been following us through. Somebody has to break the jinx. Asiwaju has done one of the most important things. First of all, I respect his leadership disposition. He's a leader that when you say, this your action is wrong, he goes back and corrects the action. He's not ashamed to accept, that is wrong. Any human being can be wrong, and he said that much. That's a leader. Honesty is one of the most fundamental principles of good leadership. He's honest with himself. And if they say your appointment is not correct, he says, oh, he corrects it. We never had it like that before. Once a leader signs their understanding in the past, it means sealed and delivered. No, Asiwaju has brought a new lease of life, a new style into leadership of Nigeria. He's a leader with a high-level presence of mind. His presence of mind is very, very high. And that's why he told the ministers, we will evaluate your performance. And you will sit in front of somebody to say, this is what is expected of you. Performance evaluation process. Very key. Is very, very important. And whoever does not perform leaves us. And that is the way to run the situation we are now. We must move from point A to point B progressively. And we must be able to measure our level of progression. We must be able to see substantial development in what we are doing. Dollar was almost 1,300 at some point last week. It has crashed to below 1,000 naira. It has to crash to 500 naira. And you know what has happened? Dollar has been subsidized for about 40 years in this country. Somebody says, no, we can't continue. We need to be a productive economy. If we are not a productive economy, you see, the problems of Nigeria are just too many. And we now have a leader, a president, who is determined to face the problem headlong. And that is our joy. That tells us that our labor to ensure that Tinubu wins election is not in vain. And we are happy. I am very happy.
Right, very passionately so. Now, we're talking about the cabinet, which is the biggest since 1999. Now, great to, just bring in the discussion about the results delivery unit, which of course is the performance-based outlook of governance that President Tinubu is bringing in. However, we're looking at a bloated expenditure on cabinet. How do we placate? Is it enough to placate Nigerians by saying that, well, it's delivery oriented when Nigerians are constantly have been told daily since the beginning of this administration, austerity, austerity, austerity? Is a result delivery unit enough to calm the mood of Nigerians who are struggling at the moment to justify the fact that this cabinet is the most bloated we've ever seen?
Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people, a land mass of close to 1 million square kilometers or something like that. Nigeria is a big country. And the interesting part of Nigeria is that we have no business to be poor. That we are poor is a result of bad leadership. Somebody has to wake up. Somebody has to start to think properly. Nigeria doesn't have any reason to be poor. Take for instance, every local government in Nigeria to cultivate 10,000 hectares or acres of land. Grow food, grow even exportable goods, grow. The state becomes a collection center. They build silos and they export. We earn dollars. Nigeria economy can be turned around within a short while if we have serious-minded leaders. And that is what Asiwaju is trying to make the ministers understand. That's what the president is trying to make the ministers understand. That this is not a tea party. You don't come here and try to drink whiskey. You come here to work, and we're going to measure your performance from minute to minute, second to second, hour to hour.
Very quickly, because we just have a couple of minutes left. On that note, everybody currently is saying that the theme, we just have 1 minute. The hashtag, for should I call it for now, is that Nigeria doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem. What's your take on that?
Problem. What do they mean by we don't have a revenue problem? How much do we earn from exports?
And how much are we spending?
How much do we earn from our mineral resources? The mineral resources mineral deposit in Kogi alone can earn Nigeria $10 trillion. We need to be able to look at our potentials and go after it properly, exploit it properly, turn it into advantage, turn it into positive advantage, earn money from it. Nigeria is a very rich country. We need leaders who can put brain to paper and do the work the way the work should be done. Everybody in Nigeria should be fine. We have enough potential, but potential is not enough. Activating and unlocking the potential is more important.
Absolutely. Now, Otumba Biodun Ajiboye, I wish we had more time because I feel like we're just getting warmed up.
You gave me short time. I thought it was 30 minutes.
Please come back so we can finish this conversation.
I can't understand. We can continue. What's wrong?
We'll see. I'll put that request into management, but we need to take a very quick break. Let's pay the bills, shall we? We are watching Newsday. Plenty more still ahead. Do stay with us.
It all began with 2G. People could call, send text, and connect with loved ones in an instant. Then, like magic, 3G appeared. Suddenly the world was at your fingertips. You could surf the net, share videos, and download your favorite songs. It was a revolution. Then came 4G, where the limits on our imagination began to fade away. Just when we thought things couldn't get any more amazing. 5G emerged from the depths of innovation. Imagine downloading an entire season of your favorite TV show before you even finish popping your popcorn. The story of mobile evolution continues because now we have a reason to imagine with Airtel 5G.
Airtel, a reason to imagine.
My kids are more than precious to me. Seeing them doing well, healthy and happy brings me so much joy. I know it's my responsibility to ensure they are well nourished. So I use Dangote salt in my cooking. It is high quality salt that's refined and iodized to give great taste to my meals and also support my family's health and well-being. And it's got a name that I trust. Dangote salt is refined and iodized to help prevent iodine deficiency disorders. So give your family meals that taste delicious and support their well-being with Dangote salt. It's time to care about your salt. Choose quality, choose Dangote salt.
Welcome back to Newsday. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Now, the Nigerian Navy says it has discovered 2 punctured points along the NNPCL pipeline within the Ijegun area of Lagos State. The NNS Beecroft patrol team and the maritime component of Operation Awatse made the discovery. The Navy says the punctured points were being utilized by saboteurs to connect hoses and pumping machines to siphon huge quantities of premium motor spirit conveyed along the pipeline. The Nigerian National Petroleum Commission has also been alerted, and immediate repairs are underway to stall further losses.
Also, as part of our constitutional mandates in protecting the maritime environment, we deploy state-of-the-art equipment, serving for including human intelligence, in order to get fraud or get some specific areas where these illegal economic sabotage are operating. And based on the intelligence received, we have been monitoring the NMTCL pipeline, which conveys products from Atlas Creek down to Mosby to Oil States. The intelligence received on the 1st of November 2023, made us to now deploy men of Nigerian Navy, including Operation Awasi, which also has a mandate to protect pipelines and the other illegality in the right of way of NNPCL pipelines. So, based on the intelligence, the men we are deployed there, and what we discovered were, pools that were poured on the pipeline showed it be paid. And then with some other areas which we also covered, where products are being siphoned into different containers as an act of sabotage.
A former Commonwealth Secretary General, that's Chief Emeka Anyaoko, has paid a condolence visit to the family of a leading scholar, Ben Nwabeze, one of Nigeria's renowned professors of law. Professor Ben Nwabeze, the pioneer Secretary General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide, passed on Sunday at the age of 91. Professor Ben Nwabeze wasn't just a legal luminary, he was a teacher and thinker whose works continue to inspire people across the world. The late professor was the author of over 30 books and treatises. He wrote books on constitutionalism, presidentialism, and judicialism.
Professor Ben Nwabeze was a good friend of mine. And I would describe him as a huge Iroko in the field of knowledge and the crafting of constitutions for Africa, throughout Africa. And I believe that he has left a legacy that will exist for a very long time in our country and beyond our country in Africa.
There's no more to say about Prophet Nwabeze than he is a very great man that I, as the wife, would love to get connected to. If there is anything like any connection, I would like to meet him over and over again as the wife, because he is such a wonderful husband. He has transcended every aspect of life to achieve greatness. So he's well known all over the world. His work, his personal life, everything connected to his greatness.
I will remember my father for integrity. He always said to us, your white must be your white and your black must be your black. You must never paint issues. You must always represent the family with humility.
Prof, as we called him from childhood, was part of our lives, was always part of our lives, and was very influential in the kind of education we wanted and the kind of education we got also. I remember the last conversations I had with him, face to face. It was just, it was sad for me as it was sad for him, because in his belief, the Nigeria we all wanted, or we all deserve, we all desire, we all wished for, they wished for, was never going to come true. Hadn't come true in his lifetime and wasn't going to, come true in his lifetime. That for him was very, very sad.
So Professor Ben Nwabeze S.A.N. lived a great life of Spartan discipline, particularly towards fashioning the stability and prosperity of Nigeria. He pioneered so many initiatives in terms of finding configuration that could help the progress and development of Nigeria. Nwabeze did so many work as an academic, no now, but because of what he did with us in our group, the Patriots,
and Project Nigeria movement. I mean, you could say that Professor Nwabueze was Nigeria. He lived and died for Nigeria.
While staying here in Nigeria, the Duchess International Hospital, Ikeja, Lagos, is celebrating its second anniversary and is creating impact on humanity to commemorate the landmark. In the spirit of giving back to the society, the hospital has completed a total of 9 open-heart surgeries, the cost of which was subsidized despite being world-class. Arise correspondent Oba Adeoye tells us more.
I'm wearing my shirt like this, proud to wear my scarf, and promise to be an ambassador for Dr. Falashe. A heart ambassador, because I know he's going to need so many testimonies of living benefactors of people like me who are going to share the testimonies to encourage people. And I want to say thank you for a second chance, because I know this is a new phase for me. I'm active and my engine has just been repumped, revamped.
Gbemisola Oladiran is one of the beneficiaries of the subsidized open heart surgery initiative by the Duchess International Hospital in Ikeja, Lagos. She was unaware of her cardiac condition until she almost fainted while planning a party for her children. Thanks to Duchess International Hospital and Save a Heart Foundation, Oladiran was able to undergo the life-saving surgery for just 3 million naira instead of the 8 to 9 million naira it will have cost at a private hospital.
It's a beautiful space. It's world-class facility here in Nigeria. In fact, I was surprised.
Dr. Adetokunbo Shitabe is the CEO of the hospital. He emphasized that the hospital strives to make healthcare services affordable and accessible to all Nigerians.
Over a period of a few weeks and months, we were able to move 12 patients from the Lassuth waiting list to the Duchess Hospital and deliver life-saving heart surgery at no more expensive a cost than they would have had to pay in the public sector.
The surgical team, headed by Bode Falashe, a professor of cardiac surgery and coordinator of the Duchess Cardiac Surgery Program, and Dr. Onyi Nzewi, a cardiothoracic surgeon at Royal Victoria Hospital in Belfast and founder of Save a Heart Foundation, collectively conducted 9 open-heart surgeries over a period of 5 days. Each complex operation took several hours.
What I can say on individual level, outside Save a Heart, is that I will give Bode Falashe whatever support he needs to drive this.
If we take one thing home, please spread the word. There is cardiac surgery in Nigeria, and it is affordable.
I'm proud to be part of Save a Heart. I'm also been very proud to be part of the local team here this week, working with the theatre nurses. I'm a theatre nurse.
I have been here in the background just to make sure that everything was safe.
The seeds have been planted and is now developed into what is a fantastic situation here.
The entire country is really our catchment areas, the entire Nigeria and West Africa.
The Duchess International Hospital boasts of 100 beds with cutting-edge facilities. The hospital provides comprehensive healthcare services across various specialties and subspecialties while maintaining a deeply personalized approach tailored to the unique needs of each patient. Oba Adeoye, Arise News, Lagos.
Newsday continues with more of our top stories after the break with Temitope Fabemi and Hawa Makan. I'm Vambai Mutiniri Ekweyong. Please do stay with us.
Guy, with the rising cost of things, we need to plan our next move.
Guy, I agree with you. I mean, with the money we make, we should not be struggling with our finances now.
Maybe you both need better banking options.
What do you know about better banking options?
I recently moved my salary account to Polaris Bank, and since then, it's been a smooth ride for me. They bought over my existing loan and gave me better interest rates and repayment terms.
Are you serious?
Yes, as a Polaris salary account holder, I can get personal term loan, auto loan, mortgage, 50% salary advance, credit card, and more without going to the bank.
Really?
I've got a personal term loan already. See, here's my credit card too.
How do I make the move?
Simple. Open a Polaris salary account on Vault. Use salary account as your referral code.
My guy, I am moving my salary accounts now.
Get personal term loan and more with your Polaris salary account. Vault is available on Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Where's Glory?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello? Where Glow now?
I dare here.
Glow, don't go village. Tell all our customer abi.
Everybody pay attention. See, now Glow berekete 10x. Now him might they take tension my customers. Now they dash me 10 times the credits when I load. Or even sama me double data join.
Yeah.
Wait, so with 1.5 when they give all of us, so you they enjoy up to 15,000 naira credit and data.
And I say I never finish you. See, when I say if we enjoy, if we not join Glow berekete 10x, when I go get 1,000 naira welcome credits. Finish.
Glow, you don't win.
Una see they here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Glow. Please save now Glow with they fine. Now Glow with they go. Okay, so
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Glow berekete 10x. You also get 1,000 naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
Continue talking about it really and sharing my story because it's real. I
remember when Black Panther came out and it felt like we were all unified and it was one, and I think the Headies being here just keeps that momentum going, and we're all a part of one culture, that African culture.
The whole shorts thing is changing in Nigeria. I think there's a short scene that's growing. I think a lot of the younger filmmakers, particularly the Gen Z ones, are looking to do shorts, looking to sort of learn craft that way.
You really feel the love of cinema as a media. What better place to be with friends, by the beach, watching a classic movie in the south of France? I mean, you can't get any better.
Knowledge is power. Information is currency. Trust us to tell you what you need to hear. Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Breaking news, exclusive interviews, unrivaled analysis. It's you, the audience, who drives our agenda. We tell the stories that inform you, the stories that are important to you, and the stories that are about you. We are not every news channel. We are Arise News.
Glad to have you here on Arise News. I'm Hawa Khan. This is Newsday.
And I'm Temitope Fagbemi. For the next 2 hours, we'll be bringing you all the day's stories live from Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, including U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrives in Tel Aviv on his third visit to Israel since the war began.
He's meeting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where he's set to push him to minimize harm to civilians in Gaza.
The Israeli army says it has encircled Gaza City. Troops now control movement along the two main roads connecting north and south.
King Charles III's final day in Kenya, disrupted by heavy rains and floods, has it tore the historic heart of the Indian Ocean city of Mombasa.
NLC, TUC, and their affiliates will no longer guarantee industrial peace and harmony in Nigeria, beginning Wednesday, 8th of November 2023.
In Nigeria, the organized labor has threatened a nationwide strike following the assault on the president of the country's Central Labor Union, Joe Ajero, in Owerri, the Imo State capital. Details in just a moment.
U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has arrived in Israel for the third time since the war began. He's in Tel Aviv for talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The U.S. has pledged unwavering support for Israel. The U.S. provides Israel with $3.8 billion a year in military aid. His visit comes as tensions in the region could spill over into a wider conflict. In remarks before his Thursday departure from Washington, Mr. Blinken said he planned to talk to Israeli government officials about how to pursue their military and security goals while limiting civilian casualties in Gaza. He said the U.S. would continue to press to get humanitarian aid into the Palestinians and U.S. citizens out of the conflict zone. Mr. Blinken will also be traveling to Jordan.
Israel says its army has completely encircled Gaza City and is engaged with face-to-face battles with Hamas fighters. At least 23 Israeli soldiers have been killed in battles since it launched its ground invasion last week. Israeli troops have moved in from 3 positions in the north and in the east. There's been heavy fighting northwest of Gaza City, and Israel says it's destroying Hamas's infrastructure in a dense built-up area. Israeli forces have also been seen on the main Salah al-Din road, which links north of the Strip to the south.
7 UN-mandated experts believe the Palestinian people in Gaza under Israeli siege and bombing are at grave risk of genocide. More than 9,000 Palestinians have been killed since Israel began bombing the Gaza Strip in response to Hamas's attack on October the 7th, which killed 1,400 Israelis. The group of special rapporteurs said the situation in Gaza had reached a catastrophic tipping point with a dire need of food, water, medicine, and other essentials. They said Israel and its allies must agree to an immediate ceasefire to halt what they call Israel's plan to decimate the besieged Gaza Strip. They also urged the release of all hostages taken by Hamas. Israel has responded by accusing them of repeating Hamas's propaganda and accused Hamas of using civilians as human shields.
Really, without water for drinking. And this is not just the bombing and the attacks, but the fact of not having the most basic elements for living, for the life, every day and during weeks and weeks and without an end. So in this sense, the life itself of these more than 2 million people is at risk. And in this sense, I think we are in front, we are facing a risk of genocide, effectively. We will see, of course, but we don't see an attitude for avoiding this risk or for solving this risk. Afterwards, you have also once again, bombing the basic infrastructures. So there is no water at present. People, the last things we said, children drinking water from the sea, for instance, no, it's terrible. Is just, and from my point of view, from our point of view in the United Nations, all these questions are against the basic humanitarian laws, and even from my point of view, if you read the Article 7 and 8 of the Rome Statute, is crimes against humanity. and crimes of war. No.
A spokesman for the UN chief said a determination of genocide by Israel could only be made by a relevant judicial body. Stefan Dujarric also welcomed the continued movement of people and humanitarian aid through the Rafah crossing, which opened on Wednesday following a Qatar-brokered deal. But he said the healthcare system in Gaza was on the verge of collapse.
The hospital I just mentioned proactively about the issue regarding cancer patients because they had run out of fuel. I think this just only underscores a tragic humanitarian situation, the need for us to be allowed to get fuel in, and also the fact that you cannot, hospitals cannot be evacuated and moved. I mean, you have, whether it's people on dialysis, whether it's people in neonatal units, children in neonatal units, that just cannot happen. And it also yet another reminder of the fact that hospitals cannot be part of any combat.
Just a follow-up, sorry. Is there any way for out for those patients and make anything on
our
ground?
Colleagues, WHO and our other colleagues are doing what they can on the ground, but we're very limited in what we're able to do. Sadly.
Thousands of Palestinians from Gaza who were working in Israel when the war began have been forced to return to the territory. Groups of people and vehicles entered Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing, a commercial goods junction with Israel in southern Gaza. A post from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office on X, formerly Twitter, said Israel is severing all contact with Gaza. There will be no more Palestinian workers from Gaza.
The Israeli military has raided the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank, killing 8 Palestinians. Since the October 7th attack by Hamas, there have been almost daily raids by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank. More than 130 Palestinians have been killed in the area in the last 3 weeks. The West Bank is run by the Palestinian Authority and is separate from the Hamas-run Gaza.
The U.S. House of Representatives has voted in favor of sending $14 billion of security aid to Israel. But the Republican-controlled chamber separated the funding from a wider bill linking it with assistance to Ukraine. That means the legislation is unlikely to pass in the Senate. The White House has already said it will veto it.
And to other news, former United States President Donald Trump's older son, Donald Jr. and Eric have both testified in a fraud case aimed at their family business. In back-to-back appearances in a New York courtroom, they denied falsifying business records to inflate their value of their assets. Donald Jr. blamed accountants for preparing financial statements that were used to secure the loans, and former President Donald Trump is due to testify on Monday.
Unfortunately, the Attorney General has brought forth a case that is purely a political persecution. For me, for example, before even having a day in court, I'm apparently guilty of fraud for relying on my accountants to do, wait for it, accounting. We don't have an equal system of justice in America these days, and I think we're seeing that play out. The good thing is it's so egregious, it's so ridiculous, that I think actual, hardworking Americans trying to live their American dream are starting to realize it now. They're starting to realize that they're second-class citizens in their own country, and I think they'll act accordingly in the future.
A jury in New York has convicted the disgraced cryptocurrency tycoon Sam Bankman-Fried on all 7 counts of fraud and money laundering. He'll be sentenced next March and faces up to 10 years in prison. For years, Sam Bankman-Fried touted his FTX crypto exchange as the safe and easy way to get into cryptocurrencies, enticing customers with a chance of making big returns in a realm many regarded with skepticism. Few made it bigger than him. At one point, he amassed a fortune of $26 billion, but the business was all built on a lie. The verdict comes almost a year after FTX filed for bankruptcy. It's one of the biggest financial frauds on record at $10 billion.
A former police officer in the U.S. city of Memphis has pleaded guilty to charges relating to the killing in January of the black motorist Tyree Nichols. Desmond Mills, one of the 5 black officers facing prosecution, pleaded guilty to civil rights and conspiracy charges. The district attorney said Desmond Mills had agreed to cooperate with prosecutors.
To the war in Ukraine, where Russia has carried out a massive drone attack across several parts of the country. Critical infrastructure in Ukraine's west and south were targeted. Commercial buildings were also hit in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. There's been no report of any casualties.
An Australian woman suspected of poisoning and killing 3 people after serving them a lunch containing deadly mushrooms has appeared in court in Victoria State. Erin Patterson faces 3 counts of murder and 5 of attempted murder. She said she did not intentionally poison her former in-laws and 2 of their relatives. The case has been adjourned until next May.
You're watching Newsday. Plenty more still ahead, including heavy rains and floods disrupt King Charles III's final day in Kenya. Details after the break. Stay with us.
Here's a card when no go give you stress at all. 0 weights and 0 Q. First Bank Petrocard. Here's a card when no go give you wahala. 0 trouble now for you. First Bank Tell off it farm. Tell off it spoiler. Who won't break them? Where you want say now only you get them. Nothing fit do Sharp, sharp payment not the way. Swipe they go, you know the way. Vetron card with the sweet body. Vetron card with no the shape person. We put you first again. First banking Vetron card, we put you first again. Generate your virtual card, we put you first again. First banking Vetron card, we put you first again. Just generate your virtual card.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
Welcome back to Newsday. Well, King Charles III's final day in Kenya on Friday was disrupted by heavy rains and floods as he toured the historic heart of the Indian Ocean city of Mombasa. The inclement weather derailed plans for Charles and Queen Camilla to ride in an electric tuk-tuk to Fort Jesus, a 400-year-old UNESCO World Heritage Site in Mombasa's Old Town. Instead, the royal couple briefly posed for photographs inside the 3-wheeler vehicle, which was decorated in a bold African pattern and a Union Jack logo. Kenya's coast and other parts of the country have been battered by torrential rains and sometimes raging floods in recent days. The UN's humanitarian agency, OCHA, said last month that Eastern Africa would likely encounter heavier than normal rains over the October-December period because of the El Nino phenomenon.
Meanwhile, authorities in the U.S. and Kenya are collaborating to apprehend the suspected killer of a 31-year-old Kenyan-American woman, Margaret Mbitu. A lifeless body bearing severe injuries was discovered in a car parked at Boston Logan International Airport in Massachusetts. The prime suspect is identified as a partner, Kevin Kangethi, who is believed to have fled to Kenya, leaving her body behind. Mbitu's mother revealed to a local news channel that her daughter was in the process of ending her relationship with Kangeti. The incident has raised concerns and demands for justice as the investigation unfolds.
The Amanyanabo of the ancient Okochiri Kingdom in River State, King Ateketom, says there's no ethnic dimension to the lingering face-off between River State Governor Simi Fubara and his predecessor, Nyesom Wike. In a private chat with Arise News correspondent Ovieteme George at the residence in Okochiri, King Ateketom warned all those fanning the embers of hate to desist. He urges political stakeholders to work towards achieving reconciliation, peace, and development in River State.
The king has come out to advise that let there be peace. In his wisdom, he's calling other kings like him and well-meaning Rivers people to quickly intervene for the greater good of our state and so that Rivers State can make progress, because the state is progressing. We can see in every area. Rivers State is one people, and for when events like this do happen, people definitely want to take advantage and stir up unnecessary sentiment. And that is what the king and other leaders like him are saying, that this is not an ethnic thing. By the way, the minister was instrumental in becoming governor, so he feels that there's no need to whip ethnic sentiment. It's about what has happened is that it's a mere misunderstanding between a political father and son that can be solved amicably. And for those who are trying to whip ethnic sentiment, they are doing that at their own. And security people should look into them, because Rivers State is peaceful. We are one people who are peace-loving people, and I think the good thing is that tempers are coming down, and we hope that in a few days to come, the state will keep making progress.
Residents of Enugu State Metropolis are waiting anxiously as the State Water Corporation confirms significant progress in restoring pipe-borne water to the areas within the first 180-day deadline set by Governor Peter Mbah. The governor had committed to providing accessible clean water to the people by the end of November this year, a promise made at the inception of his administration, now reaching its 180-day mark. For years, the people of Enugu Metropolis in the southeast region of Nigeria have grappled with the persistent challenge of water scarcity, exacerbated by the city's peculiar geological characteristics. The lack of aquifers or groundwater has made drilling boreholes for individual households and businesses an insurmountable task. Past administrations in the state attempted to address the issue, but the problem persisted.
We bring water to all homes in Enugu Metropolis in 180 days of our being sworn in. We shall bring water in the shortest possible time to Nsukka, Oji River, Udi, Ogo, and others too.
So right now what we are doing, we have drilled the required boreholes here, 16 of them with higher capacity pumps, and we are able to deliver 60,000 cubic meters per day from these boreholes. 60,000. Yeah. So what we are doing right now, we are connecting the boreholes to the manifold. So the manifold, from the manifold, we are also linking them to the lines. So that's what is ongoing here, and we are still in line to meet the deadline for the project. So
we have seen from all the places we visited today that Enugu State Water Corporation is doing everything possible to see that normal water is restored to Enugu. This 180 days, you see that before the 180 days, water will be everywhere in Enugu Metropolis.
The governor has been proactive, so he gives us a listening ear. He has been responding to all our calls. So he meant well, and when he said he wants to give water to the people of Enugu in 180 days, I saw it coming because of the way he responds to our calls. So, and I don't think there's anything that can stop that.
It's day 3 of the 2023 cabinet retreat of the Bola Tinubu administration, and the focus turns to an anticipated agreement. At the retreat's conclusion, the president, ministers, and permanent secretaries are expected to formalize a bond of understanding. Hadiza Bala Usman, the special advisor to the president on policy coordination and head of the result delivery unit, underscores the unit's role in enhancing results-based monitoring and evaluation of policies, programs, and projects.
Unit is a global, I think, phenomenon that has been on in the last, I would say, 10 years, where governments have realized that they need to create a unit that will debottleneck and track priorities of the administration. So this is something that was pioneered by the Prime Minister of the UK, Tony Blair, where he created that result delivery unit within his office. So over the years, governments have realized the value, and it has taken a life of its own. And in Nigeria, we started it. The last administration had a central coordination and delivery unit. And now we're giving it more strength. We're giving it the necessary political backing that is required to enable it achieve its mandate. Well, what is important is that there's a consequence management framework attached to performance delivery. Those consequent framework are what determines what it is, the actions that the president would take in the event that a minister, head of agency is unable to meet up their deliverable. The key performance indicators, we have the first tranche, which is for 2024, and we're doing quarterly assessments of their performance. Well, we're likely to see improved service delivery across the government, and I'm sure all our ministers will rise up to the occasion and ensure that they deliver on their KPIs.
The Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu, has been speaking on the contentious yacht purchase within the 2023 supplementary budget. Bagudu emphasized the unfortunate controversy surrounding the purchase and reiterated that the yacht is not intended for the president's personal use. He highlights the allocation of a significant portion of the budget to defense and security, stressing the importance of those funds in enhancing national security.
Is a global, I think, phenomenon that has result delivery unit is a global, I think, phenomenon that has been on in the last, I would say, 10 years, where governments have realized that they need.
The people of Etiama are calling for the intervention of the federal government.